Shut up and sit down.
There you go. We are live, mate. We are live at last. Hello, folks. Colin here, Festa 67's workshop, and the guru himself, frantically cleaning his paintbrushes because he's useless, and everything was a bit last minute tonight, folks. Yeah, so apologies, we're a tad late, but yeah, it's just we got engrossed in stuff. But anyway, welcome to the Friday Frolic with me, Festa, and Fox, the Guru. First things first, if you'd like to help keep this channel going and the content coming, you could choose to support me on patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or you can click the join button below this or any of my other video content even, and become a channel member. That will give you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. You can also support Fox by heading over to patreon.com/modelmakingguru, and you can also subscribe to his channel and click the join button to become a member, and that'll also give you access to the 24/7. If you want to get our attention in the chat, if you do an @Festa67's workshop or an @Model Making Guru, your name will appear in a nice yellow box like ours does on screen, and it'll get our attention. Or if you choose to do so, you can click the $sign and that will put in a super chat. You get a nice big box with your message in, and you get a bit of the old on-screen guitar. Absolutely, do like a big box. So I'm just going to quickly... I'm just going to quickly see who's in the chat whilst you do your brushes, geez, and then we'll do our how are yous and all of that lot. We got the lovely Lynn Dipple in saying, Hi Colin and Fox, me love hugs. Yay, I can finally catch a frolic because she's now working 8:30 until 5, so she gets to spend the evening with us idiots. There you go. Hello, Lynn. Absolutely. Sagan is in saying, Hi, Festa 67's workshop, Fox, Lynn, and all in chat. Big hugs all round. I can come back and read that again if you choose to. Yeah. Lynn says hi to Jeff. Jeff says, I'm glad to hear you're on a decent schedule to Lynn. Jeff Light is in, saying hello, Colin, Fox, and everyone in chat. Hello, Jeff. If you could let me know in the chat that audio and video's coming through nice and clear as well, that would be lovely. Fox is in, saying evening skiddies. My body is ready. Activate the hairs. Hugs to you all. There you go. Yeah, Jason Martin is in, saying good evening all. Hello, Jason. How you doing, mate? Stefan Last is in, saying good evening all. It's getting cold here in Sweden too, he says, after a record-breakingly warm autumn. Yeah, we've had a bit of that. We've got the big old storms and floods going on at the moment. Yeah, it's when they can... Oh, well, record-breaking autumn is when they can remove a coat. Yeah. Paul is in, says evening, Colin, Fox, Guff on, and everyone in the chat. Frolic on. Hello, Paul. How you doing? Dorkosaurus is in. William saying, hello, all you wakey, wonderful people. Hope everyone is having a good evening. Brilliant. Everyone's congratulating Lynn on her new work schedule. James is in. JC Bricks and Builds says, evening, Colin, Fox, all in chat. Festa and Fox, Ux. There you go. Everyone's saying hello to Dorks. Jeff saying hello to Jeff, Billy and PJ. Dave's in, says hello everyone. Hello Dave, how you doing, geezer? Everyone's saying hello to Dave. Fraser Green is in, saying good evening. Hello Fraser, how you doing, mate? Lovely to see you in. All right lads, he says. Stefan Last says Fox is uncharacteristically quiet. Yeah, he's cleaning out his paintbrushes because the scuzzy git didn't clean them from last week. Kevin Stevens is in, saying evening all in Chatland. Colin and Fox, hello Kevin, how you doing, mate? Lovely to see you in. McLeish is in, says I'm here, just. Yeah, Jeff Light says no audio for Fox. Have we got no audio for Fox? Don't know. Yeah. Yeah, let's have a looky, Lou, see what's going on.
Da, 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 da,
Yeah.
da, 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 da.
Can you hear him?
Well, I'm talking.
Yeah, just let us know. But, yeah.
That would mean I was uncharacteristically quiet.
Yeah, yeah. He says, yeah, your audio is good, Fox, no audio. Da, 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 da. Good evening, Fox and Colin, and all in chat. Says Marcus.
Yeah,
hello, Marcus. If you could just let us know that you can hear Fox yattering, that would
Can
be
you hear me?
nice.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I'm
there
just
you
giving
go.
away the secret to life, the universe, and everything as well. Fox speaks. There we go. I'm back now.
Yeah, Dolcosaurus says I could hear him now. Yeah.
There we go.
no
They're all
worries.
like, "Oh, I can hear him now." Oh.
Yeah, they'll all be complaining now. Be like, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I said the most important things, but I'm not going to bother telling you again now because you're all dead rude. So you'll never know the secrets of whatever it was.
Yeah, he's not happy unless his audio's balked, is he?
No, I like to break things.
And he says, yeah, that's the peace and quiet gone. Yeah, he said, now we can hear him. So just
There
as
we
well
go.
I didn't do the how are yous and all of that lot whilst you was
Yes.
cleaning your brushes, mate. But yeah,
Clean out your brushes.
how you been, mate? Anyway, how's you and how's my mum?
Mama Wolf sends a big hug
Oh,
and a kiss.
say,
A hug and a kiss.
yeah, I've made up, mate. I've made up.
Yeah, because you get a hug and a kiss now, not just
Yeah.
a hug, you see.
Yeah,
She's fine. We're fine. We had some fun this week. Again, I didn't get much done this week. I'd buy that. I mean, nothing.
yeah.
Because our boiler decided to die.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it always does it after the service has been done. So
Yeah.
the guy comes and does its yearly service, and then a week later it dies. Always the way.
Yeah.
So we've had a few days of no hot water and no heat, which has been nice.
Oh, yeah, just what
Wash
you
it.
need, isn't it?
Yeah, brushing your teeth with cold water. Not good.
Yeah. Oh, especially with your
So-
hypersensitive teeth, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had to like get some water from the boilie downstairs and have a little cup
Yeah.
of water for brushing my teeth.
Oh, lamekins.
I wasn't able to wash, so I was a bit skanked today. I managed to have washed today with the water back on. So
Well, I didn't like to say you smelly git, but don't worry about it, mate.
a little more than normal, a little more than usual. I'm normally stinky, but I'm not that bad.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
yeah, we're okay. We're okay. Thank you. Not
Oh,
much done
good.
this week.
Glad to hear it, mate. So, yeah, we are
Yeah.
doing a bit more on these slightly mad stomper things that we've been building, ain't we, mate?
Look at the stompularity.
Yeah, it's got a bit mad in it, mate.
Just a little bit. I
Yeah.
don't know what makes you say that. What makes you say it's on the map?
Yeah,
Why'd you
tell
say
me
that?
about it. So, yeah, that's
Now,
what we're up to.
what have you been up to this week?
What have I been up to? I've been doing a bit of
How's your
filming.
week been?
Yeah, I've been doing a bit of filming for the channel. So look out for them coming out soon. I've been doing something for a new affiliation I've got. So I've been cobbling that
sounds
together. There'll be another one coming up soon as well. A review of something
New
I've been
affiliation, you
sent.
say?
Yeah,
that sounds
so yeah, it's been an interesting little week. So yeah, plenty of stuff going on that I'll be announcing over the next few weeks or so. So keep an eye out,
Ooh,
folks.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Yeah. Now, more
Yes,
importantly, you've received something, haven't you, this week?
yes, I have. You want me to go and get it now, don't
Tonight, or are
you?
you going to show them some other time, do you think?
No, I shall do it in a minute. It's just literally you mentioned it as soon as I put some paint on my paintbrush. So
You should know me by now.
yeah, again, I'm going to have to waste the paint that I'll put on it and clean the paintbrush off.
You will start painting before I've done going quiet. Bit.
Yeah. And then it's, you don't get much done. It's like, yeah, I wonder why. Yeah. So let's...
I'll start in a minute when I go and change my water. But
Yeah, I shall wait until you put paint on yours and then I'm going to ask you something. I've just got to navigate down to pick it off the shelf.
I can
mate.
multitask. Yes.
So excuse my old man noises.
Yes. So if you remember last week, Festa had decided a course of action to do something. interesting, well beyond his comfort zone.
Oh,
and I was like, are you sure? And he's like, yeah, I want to do it. I want to do it. And I think now he's actually received the things. There's a realization is dawning, setting in. But
yeah, but mate, I'm still up for it. Ouch! I'm still up. I don't know what I just sat on there. What the earth was that?
Probably a bit of photo etch.
Yeah. I got that. The Harlequin troop. Yeah,
because he had so much fun painting checkers, he decided to paint them in the smallest way possible.
As you can see, there's beautiful checkers or diamonds all over them, and it don't look too bad on the box, folks. It really don't. And
Keep in mind, all the diamonds have outlines. As well.
And then you open up the box. You are a git. You.
I was nothing to do with me.
Yeah, don't sit there. Don't you dare sit there sniggering, you utter.
For once, this was nothing to do with me. You made these decisions by yourself.
I refer you to the media messages I sent you before I went live.
I see no evidence of these.
Yeah, look, there is an leg. Yeah. There is an other leg.
Oh, yeah.
There is an arm. Now, these are going to have all the diamonds and
yeah.
And to be honest with you, I'm actually looking forward to them.
I bet you are, because you like making yourself suffer.
Yeah, I like the challenge, mate, if I'm honest. And if it forces you to push yourself and challenge yourself, I'm all for it. And then we got some other bits there. I mean, look how tiny the little eddies and all of that.
Yeah, I need to send you. Well, remember last week I showed you the little dudes on that vehicle. I'm going to send you.
That's right. Yeah. So
it's different when you have it in front of you.
Yeah, I'm gonna accept the gracious challenge. This started as a chat on the Frolic, didn't it? And it was, you think that's bad? You should do the Harlequins. And I'm like, Harlequins. And when I saw the pictures, I was like, they look mint. Didn't occur to me how small they would be, but yeah.
Yeah.
Look out for that, but I should be filming that collection, folks. But look at that.
Jeff says, "Whoa! Of all the things to paint with checkers, Harlequins."
Yeah.
Lynn says this is going to be fun, and Fraser says, "I see many wibbles coming from this challenge."
Well, what I'll do is I shall film it, and for patrons and channel members, they'll get the adult version without any of the swear box being edited out.
Yeah, you'll get the version with the raw audio. Everybody else will get voiceover version.
And for the YouTube channel, you'll have the sanitized version of, oh yes, I'm painting these lovely Harlequins and I'm thoroughly enjoying it.
Here we are today. You'll be like, now I'm going to paint the diamonds on the legs.
Yeah.
So the diamonds on the legs.
Patrons and channel members will get the raw, unadulterated version.
Swears.
Yeah, so you of course are absolutely loving this, and with the Harlequin vehicle, it's got checkers or diamonds over diamonds, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's got like a diamond checker pattern, and then on top of that, there's another checker pattern floating above it. I'm just going to get some clean water from your painting.
Yeah.
Back in 2 ticks.
Fraser Green sums it up. He says, "I see many wibbles coming from this challenge." Absolutely, mate. Yeah. Lynn says, "Glad I'm a patron." Yes, you've been a patron for a long, long time, haven't you, Lynn? Andy McLeish says, 20 folks in the chat. Hit the thumbs up. Yes, if you can hit the thumbs up, folks, it helps recommend this video to potential new users and members and all of that. Look, so hit that old thumbs up button. It helps me out immensely.
Lynn Dipple says, "Yay, glad I'm a patron."
Absolutely.
She gets all the swearing.
Yeah, you get all the perks, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you want to? Have you got your Sagan quote to hand yet?
Oh yeah. Excuse me. I got to stick my teeth out. Imagination will often carry us to worlds that never were, but without it, we go nowhere. That was not very good, actually. Wasn't very good, was it?
Well, yeah, that was Sagan with a potential sore throat, was it?
Shall I give you an extra one? I'll give you an extra one for you.
Go for an extra one then, because I think Jeff will be, slightly disappointed there.
Science Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of... Oh, this is terrible. I'm not doing it very well. Hang on. I've got to get the lines right.
Yeah.
The Earth is the shore of the cosmic... I've lost the ability. Oh, no.
You've lost your Saganisms.
Science is not only compatible with spirituality, it is a profound source of spirituality. When we recognize our place in an immensity of light years and in the passage of ages, when we grasp the intricacy, beauty, and subtlety of life, then that soaring feeling, that sense of elation and humility combined, is surely spiritual. That was terrible. Sometimes I'm in the zone, and sometimes I just suck balls.
That's because you've been flustered. You've been rushing, see, because it was late into night, wasn't you?
I'm not in the Sagan zone.
Yeah, you wasn't prepared for the stream. You wasn't prepared with your brushes. It's all gone Pete Tong, in it, mate.
Our little square friend is terribly confused.
Yeah, ECI the hosing. Hello, mate. How you doing, geezer? Lovely to see you in.
Go away.
Always nice to see EC in, mate.
All right. Welcome, EC. I've got a fruit fly at the minute that's a fruit walk. It's walking around on my bench. It won't fly off anywhere.
Oh, has it been a bit of a spoon, is it? There you go, have a bit of that.
I'm walking around on my bench. I'm like, go away. You're a fly. Do that thing.
Jeff says, can't wait to see what techniques Festa will make to figure out a field of diamonds. One of them, I think, is going to surprise a few people.
He's going to paint it with his ass.
Yeah.
No, he's not going to paint it with his ass. Don't panic. He's going to paint it with someone else's ass.
Yeah, go paint it with yours. So, yeah, I'm up for the challenge. You know me.
It's a thing of beauty covered in paint? I think not.
It can only end badly for me, can't it? So,
what, my ass or your painting?
The painting, the Harlequins.
Yeah, I think it'll end. It'll end. I'll commit to that.
Oh, you just know I'll be sitting there and describing how much I'm thoroughly enjoying them.
You'll be there and you'll say, you know what? I bought the codex and you can paint them all black, so I did that.
Well, yeah, I thought I'd watch a Duncan video. Oh, painting Harlequins, and he did them all black. It was like, cheat.
Yeah.
So he went down in my estimation for that.
Going down, monkey lover. Going down.
I'm up for the challenge. Why not?
I don't think I'm going to do anything with that missile. I think that missile is done now. My Frank Boff cardigan.
Yeah, Frank Boff.
My Frank Boff cardigan, or producer's sketch with the Pringle jumper, Ronnie Corbett style, patterned missile. I think is completed.
Lynn Dipple says, what wet palette do you have, Fox? It's an Army Painter wet palette that we use, Lynn.
Yes.
One of them.
One of them. The Army Painter. Really nice, but it's not watertight. So when I finish painting of that, I've got to take all the water out and dry the sponge out. Otherwise, it goes mingy. I've got my little one as well, which is just a pack of Games Workshop tufts, but I've used all the tufts and it's just the box that's left.
Yeah.
But that makes a great little wet palette. But that's just kitchen roll and parchment paper, homemade one. But I like the Army Painter one. It's big, has bigness.
Yeah, they are a good wet palette.
Dude, you're a good wet palette.
I know, I like being a wet palette.
Dude, the wet palette that could.
I'm made of wet palettes.
You're made of wetness.
Mildly moist. Ew.
Ew. All I've got in my head now is a quote from I Am.
So how many people in the chat made it to Telford last week then?
At least one, maybe.
I would have said at least one. Quite a lot of people didn't go.
No, I'm rubbish.
No, it's...
I don't go to places because it's
no, I don't.
And people are rubbish.
I can assure you I'm just as disappointing in real life as I am on screen.
Right, now, I've painted this missile silver, so what colour do I paint the teeth and
Lynn
eyes?
says I might get one. Yeah, it's got brush holder and everything in it, Lynn.
Yeah.
I tend to keep my papers in the top. So
This is not in any way, shape, or form a travel wet palette, though, because if you tip it upside down, all the water comes out. So it's not a traveling around wet palette. It's a use it at your bench only wet palette. I only got it because it comes with the relevant sponges and stuff.
You're a sponge.
I get sponge. Did you get your Persona? Did you get your Persona 4?
Yes, I did. Paul Lewis was at Telford. Jeff Light wasn't. Lynn Dipple wasn't. So yeah, for me, it's just too much to travel. It really is.
Yeah.
Yes, I did, mate. I haven't played it yet, but yeah.
No, I don't expect you to.
I sent you a message, mate. During the night.
See if you download it. Okay. Jolly good. Yeah, just play it whenever and when. Think of it. I was thinking of it last night, right?
I could just imagine your thought process. Oh, we'll get that gaming if it's the last thing I do.
Well, no, I was doing something and I remembered that it's Persona 4 Golden is coming out on Xbox in January. I thought, Persona 4 Golden. Oh, I bet Colin hasn't bought that yet. So I basically I gifted it to Colin. I was like, here you go, you can have that. And I thought the reason you might like it, the best way to describe it is imagine Grim Fandango.
On acid.
Well, no, imagine Grim Fandango, but then stick on top of that a murder mystery.
Yeah.
And turn-based combat.
Yeah.
With monsters and teenagers. And also dating and food.
Yeah, I did a bit of Googling.
Yeah. It's the actual not fighting in dungeons bit is very much like, say, Grim Fandango, you're walking around doing stuff and you've got to build your relationships with all the characters and stuff. I thought you might quite like.
Yeah, I was like, this looks suitably mad for Festa. So.
Yeah. It's not particularly hard. Play it on easy and you'll be good.
Everything gets played on easy, mate. You know what I'm like.
Oh, yeah, I know, I do that. But you can play it with the controller and stuff. It's probably easier with the controller.
Yeah, I am the world's most useless gamer. I freely admit it. But hey, I'm going to have fun doing it.
You don't know that because you haven't really gamed in 20 years, so you can't say that, really, can you? You might be an absolutely brilliant gamer for all you know. Brilliant. You might be brilliant. Yeah. You don't know. You don't know.
I don't really know, Rita. Everyone saying hello to Jeff. Joel Grit's in. Hello, Joel. How you doing, Joel? Mate? Ross is in, saying hello, everyone. Hello, Ross. How you doing, mate? Nice to see you in, buddy.
Oh, Ross. How you doing, buddy? Sponge.
Package arrived safe and sound, by the way, mate. So many, many, many thanks.
I must send you that Star Weaver thing.
Yeah, I might have to design another thing in my CAD program this week.
Oh, what for? Or is it secret?
Yeah, it's an older for my what are they called? Pin vice.
Oh.
So yeah, because you know I like making things.
So I'm going to hazard a guess. Would that be a pin vice holder then?
Yeah, it's going to be a box that it all goes in and keeps everything together.
Oh, like a case. I get you. I understand that. Cool.
Bit like what I did for the what's his name tools.
The holding making things.
The nut and bolt thing and all of that lot that we got.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Brilliant. I'm going to paint white teeth on a silver rocket. That's really going to stand out.
That's another thing I was doing during the week as well, as I was making more stuff for that Orc truck. So I was filming the screenshots of the CAD program as I did it, so people get to see how I create all these weird and wonderful objects. So.
Oh, cool.
Because we had a chat, didn't we, about it, and you was quite surprised, wasn't it? Because I put the video up, the short of the chassis extension for the Orc truck, and Fox was quite impressed with.
Yeah, I'm like, why aren't you filming this?
Yeah, how I made it and stuff. And there might have been nagging at me going on. You should put this out on your channel, mate. It's like,
you should make videos of it, like how I design things, how to design X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to add that facet to my channel. Oh, facet, Fox.
You say facet?
I did.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, you're a big hoity-toity now, aren't you?
Yeah, Mr. Chumley Warner. I was all Grayson there, wasn't it? He got a smoking jacket I can borrow, mate.
You really just say facet.
Yeah, facet. Yeah, it's got a facet, you know. Not faucet, but a facet.
You're a facet. do.
So yeah, something different, isn't it?
Yeah. Awesome.
Can't think what else I've done. I didn't make an e-model show this Wednesday, real life and all of that lot. So
yeah.
Hopefully we can do something next week.
Did somebody get roofied?
No, I had a
naturally roofied.
As you know, with the legs at the moment.
Yeah.
So it was deemed safer to just chill.
Yeah, just chill. Nothing wrong with that fella.
I got brownie points for doing as I'm told. Hopefully normal service will resume shortly. And
yeah.
But at the moment, everything's just a little bit higgledy-piggledy.
You got brownie points doing as you told, and then you went and dug a big hole in the garden for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know I'm in the good books? Yeah. Can I go and dig a hole? No. Ever since I was like 15, I've had an urge to dig a hole in the garden. I blamed it on time team myself.
I wanted to do a Colin the Furs and have shipping containers buried underground in the garden so I could have an underground lair, you know?
Yeah. Totally soundproofed.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Totally warm at all times of year.
Yeah, proper go for it, you know, underground cave and, oh, mate.
Yeah. It would be mint, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the thing is, though, H would weld the door shut, so I stayed down there.
Yeah.
There is that.
Not be so bad. As long as she can send you food, you'd be happy. But send me food, I'll stay here.
Yeah, it'd be lowered down in the conveniently, yeah.
You would stay down there, just keep sending me food down and I'll never come up. Okay, I just broke something. What broke?
Lynn says, I really miss not being able to show up on the 24/7. I miss me mates. It'll come good, Lynn. It'll come good. All things, yeah, all good things come to those that wait, darling. You'll be fine.
Yes. Yep.
Bosh.
When you've not done any gluing for a few weeks, the smell of the fast-setting glue is a bit harsh.
Yeah, it gets a bit under the nosh, doesn't it? Paul D. Tomazzo's in, says, hello, ladies and gents. Hello, Paul. How's you? Love to you and Dawn, mate. Hope you're both all right.
Hogs all around. I pinged one of my cables while I was painting.
No.
Oh, it's all right. I only pinged at one end. It's still attached to the end, thankfully.
You're a cable.
You're an end. You're not just one end, you're both ends.
I've got to tell H now that you're picking on me. And then she'll just say, no, he ain't. Fox isn't like that.
And then I'll say how Mama Fox gives you all the hugs and kisses, and she'll be like, what?
Yeah, actually, I won't do that then. Lasted long, didn't it, mate?
Yeah. So I call you a paper tiger from now on.
Of course, yes. Soon be Crimbo again, won't it? It's like, bloody hell, it's come around quick again, mate, isn't it?
Yep. You've got a special song for H, haven't you? How about H? It's, a man's got to do what a man's going to do, and I'm going to do what you tell me to.
Yeah, I've got to do everything I'm told. Makes her out to be such a wicked ogre. She isn't really.
No. It's just like mother-in-law jokes, you know. You got to get the material from somewhere.
She just doesn't stand for any nonsense from.
Well, she married you, though.
It's like,
really fit, does it? That doesn't really fit with that. She doesn't have any nonsense, but she married you. Yeah.
Jeff says the stompers are looking great. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you very much.
They are getting there slowly but surely, mate. The thing is you do something on it and then you think, I could just do with tweaking that. So you end up going back over what you've done many, many times. But it does make the experience enjoyable, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Festa sent me a link to a video the other day of some guy with like a 100 million point orc army. But the telling thing was, I wasn't impressed by the fact he had a 100 billion point army and that him and his mate had 30,000 point games. What stuck with me most was, Jesus Christ, he's done 6 stompers.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to build another one again.
It's when you zoom in and you see the army, and I thought, yeah, he's going to do exactly what I did. He's going to zoom in and start working out the points. And it's like,
yeah.
And then part of me was thinking, that's so cool.
Thing is, though, it's easiest to, if you're going to make a massive army like that, he's got something like 60 grot tanks.
Yeah.
Not all of which are Forge World. Some of them are just like little chibi tanks he's made. But yeah, he's got 60 grot tanks and something like 35 those little mini stompers that I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah.
Gorkanauts.
Gorkanauts,
And it's like, and the thing is, you think, if you're going to make an army that big with thousands of models, Orc's probably the best one to do because you don't have to have a perfect paint job on every single mini.
Exactly.
You can get away with a fast paint job on Orcs.
Yeah.
You can do a slow paint job if you want, but if you want to do a fast paint job, it's equally looks just as good.
It was the sense of pride and satisfaction on his face that made me laugh.
I was more impressed they found a table big enough.
Yeah, and I was thinking, could you imagine my missus walking in here and seeing an army that big on the table? She would just look at me and go, you need to get out more.
I think she'd be more impressed that you're able to fit it in the room.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Yeah, it's a bit like a TARDIS, this room, isn't it?
Yeah. How it looks to me, in my mind, because I've never been there, is totally different to how it actually looks.
Yeah. Well, for a long time, you thought it was a bit like Harry Potter under the stairs, didn't you?
I thought it was like Gordon the Gopher's broom cupboard or something. I thought it was this tiny little under the stairs thing, yeah. You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry. Paul says the same here. He's watching the big telly. He's got to use the phone for the chat, he says. As his Android boxers crapped out. Oh, mate. Not having much luck, mate, are you?
Who's that?
Paul D. Tommaso.
Ah.
And he's having to use the phone for the chat because his tablet's gone a bit. Yeah.
Blurp. Yes. Get better soon, tablet. You Gimpatron tablet. Don't be gimped.
Yeah.
Be glorious. Don't be gimped. Be glorious. I've got this disturbing... Oh, you know, I've realised when I came to clean my brushes.
What's that, mate?
It's worst case scenario. I've got like 6 brushes in need of a wash and I've got 7 brush tubes.
Oh, that's how it works.
Which means somewhere there's a brush that needs a tube and it hasn't got a tube. And I'm like, oh!
Yeah, it always annoys me when you put a brush away, you bang the pot and half a dozen tubes come flying off. You're like, really?
Yeah, it's the worst thing. You're like, oh,
yeah.
Come off the end of all the, yeah. I just realised what you said.
Yeah.
It's like, yep, that's absolutely true.
I really need to stand here now and spend 20 minutes putting all these tubes back on these damn paintbrushes.
Nothing worse.
And then you sit there and you think, no, I'm not going to put them on. They can stay like it. You go next door and you think, yeah, but I can't leave them without the tubes on because it's just...
Yeah. Or you go to bed and that little voice in the back of your brain is like,
yeah.
You do realise what you've done.
Yeah, so you end up meekly going back in and going, yeah, I'll just sit here and do this. We'll try it. Never works well for us.
No. Goes as well as putting your foot down with the missus.
Yeah. Yeah, normally resorts to Helen going, oh, bless, look, he thinks he's in charge. Yeah.
He's a trier, isn't he?
Every shred of your masculinity just goes, oh.
Bleh. Like a withered balloon.
Yeah.
I'm not even married and I understand all this. Okay, I had this great plan to paint the white teeth and then paint the red round it.
Yeah.
It was a great plan until I had to point this way and do the red bit.
Yeah.
Now, which is suddenly not as easy as I'd hoped.
Use some of that.
Mm.
Keep that big chunk up there. I can have another shade over it.
Hopefully a bit of a Agrax Earthshade wash over this will tidy up any rough edges. One hopes.
Jason Martin says, hi, I joined because I love the bike builds and I love all things modelling, but what on earth is a stomper? This is a Warhammer object. It's basically a vehicle that trundles around full of orcs and grots doing battle, basically. And yeah, I kind of got carried away and I stuck a grot tank in it because I just thought it needed something in its belly.
Yeah, it's a tabletop game called Warhammer 40,000, and orcs are one of the factions, and this is their kind of big walking mobile tank vehicle.
Yeah.
That you can play on the tabletop, but me and Festa just make them because we like them.
Yeah, a much better explanation now. Being that you've joined, you actually become a spanner as well, so you get to become a moderator on the channel, mate.
Ooh, spanner time.
So have yourself a Spaniana.
Spanner time. Because as well as his bikes and that,
yeah,
Festa's got into Warhammer a little bit, and he likes his orcs.
Well, this is it. For live streams, they work really well.
We don't normally paint crap this big and hard to stream.
Yeah.
Normally we build small things and we get really nice camera angles. Not with this. Yeah. We are professional. We're just not trying to do this.
Being that you like your bikes, Jason, I'll let you have a looky-loo at the bike stash up there ready for next year. There you go. Got that lot to build next year. Loads of bikes in there. And you've got the Mad Max Interceptor there, the Road Warrior, to be done as well. So, yeah, a couple of builds there. So there's plenty of bikes. Sorry?
What car was the Interceptor?
Ford Falcon, mate.
That was it.
Yeah, it's Ford Falcon, mate.
I knew it was something like that.
Yeah. So we've got a good few bikes, and then we've got the GT40 build coming up as well.
Ooh.
So, yeah, plenty to come.
Jolly good.
But yeah, these stompers, they're fun, but the instructions are biblical arse, mate.
Yeah. They're fun to paint, but to build them, they're a simple build, but you have to do some mental gymnastics to actually understand what the instructions are trying to tell you to do. Unfortunately, unlike modern Warhammer, unlike modern Games Workshop kits, the instructions were like early 2000s, mid 2000s. They're not very good. Nowadays, they're much better, but yes, it's an old kit. It's like 2012, 2013 or something. So,
yeah.
Oh God, I can't get my brush in there.
But yeah, they're an interesting little thing.
Little.
Yeah.
I think if little's the right word there, dude.
Yeah, you know. Yeah, I might have tried to lull myself into a rather foolish sense of security there.
I mean, little compared to, like Spain.
Well, compared to the wallet.
True. Well, that's just buggered up, isn't it?
Is it laughing at you, mate?
No, I thought it'd be easy to get the red around these white teeth, but it's actually really tricky to get the brushing around the teeth to paint the red. To tidy up the edges.
You're on about the shark mouth. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a right ball ache, mate, isn't it?
I thought it would be much easier than it actually is.
Yeah, no, I totally sympathise with you there, mate. I may have...
Painting the white teeth, painting the white bits was easy. It's painting the red, tidying up around the edges is the hard bit.
Yeah, Paul says, not a huge fan of the stomper, he says. But if you offered me a Bane blade, I'd say yeah.
What's that, Paul Di Tommaso?
Paul Di Tommaso, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the stomper is one of those. It's an acquired taste, isn't it?
I think it's once you had to paint one, I think you'd fall in love with it because it is just. In a way, I got Colin into Warhammer. Very, couple of years ago. But now he's got me into orcs. I was never into orcs, but he's got me into orcs, and I'm finding them just fun to paint because I can just forget everything I know about painting, and I could be painting with half a potato for all I care. It doesn't matter because that's what orc stuff looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's a paint mule at the end of the day. That's the way you got to look at it, because all them things you want to try, you could just try on this, and if you don't like it, you just bung it in a pot of Dettol.
Yeah,
yeah, no, start again. It's one of them.
But I'd never tried orcs before, and when I tried a bit of orc, I was painting it my normal way. So, but you've shown me just don't think, get the paint on the brush, blap, there you go, forget it.
Yeah.
It looks a bit ropey. It's orcs, isn't it?
It's orcs, painted by some grots and squigs, and yeah. Probably painted whilst it was actually moving as well, so it's not going to be spirit level straight. It's going to be blarped on at the end of the day.
Are you going to get yourself the orc Christmas sweater?
No. I got, what's his name? Goth Rocker coming.
Oh, good God. I mean, good lad.
Yeah, because that's going to go on the ELO build. I
wondered if you get that they've got like a deliberately terrible orc, like a deliberately terrible Christmas sweater, but it's orcs.
Oh, right,
yeah. Christmas sweaters always look terrible.
Yeah.
I can't actually see where the edge of that.
Yeah, I think Adam got one, didn't he?
I don't know.
Raging Modeler.
They've done.
Yeah, I scrolled up one day and it was in the chat.
Lies.
Yeah.
You don't scroll up.
Yeah, it was in the Modbert chat. That was what it was in.
God, I'm never going to get this paintbrush. I really wish we hadn't glued these arms on.
Wibblegins.
Why did you make me glue the arms on, you spoon?
Hey, it's your fault for listening to me.
It's your fault for using the words.
Yeah, I'll accept full responsibility.
Good lad. It makes sense.
Have a bit of that. Oh, I've got to chip all of that lot under there and all. Oh, happy days. Yeah, I'll be moaning about the arms in a minute. Because I've got to paint the armpit. Fraser says, figured out you'd get the Goth Rocker. Have you picked up the Noise Marine as well? What's the Noise Marine, mate? I've not heard of that.
Noise Marines are a particular type of Chaos Marines. They're Space Marines that have been corrupted by Chaos, so they're bad guy Space Marines.
Oh, right, yeah.
But they're basically, they've got like big sticky up punk hair on the helmet. Their armor includes like leopard skin and bright neon colors, and they have like an electric guitar.
Oh, right.
And I think they worship Slanesh, the evil god of the chaos god of Slanesh.
Yeah.
And they used like noise as a weapon.
Okay, yeah. Sounds interesting.
It's basically 1980s style looking Space Marine with like leopard skin and stuff.
Yeah.
Quite cool. I think they were like a fan build and then they actually released one.
Yeah.
I think it's something to do with Slanesh.
But yeah, I've got the all the band dudes for the ELO build sorted out. So.
You've got older people, so many people. I can't sing that, can I?
So I've just got a couple of more bits to make for the audio tube. So I'm filming that on Tinkercad so that you can get to see how I created this scratch built orc truck thing. So
are you keeping some of it? You keeping it like kind of details close to your chest for now, or are you being open about what it is?
What do you think? Do you think I should go into more detail about it, or should I just keep it as a?
I think you should build up the suspenders.
Yeah,
I think you could. You should do little tease pictures and things every now and then.
That's a good shout, actually. Yeah. Bit of the old, have you guessed what it is yet? But not obviously in the voice of the Australian cartoonist that we don't mention. Yeah.
You need to get like some pictures of Jeff Lynne, perhaps.
Yeah.
Sorry, bit of giveaway.
But yeah, it's going to be different. I've 3D printed all the figures, all the tunnels are done, the chassis extension, as you know, because I built it and I thought, I want to cut that in half now and make a fuel tank and pipes, and I'm an extension. That's what you want to say, isn't it?
You're a funnel. Right, that little bit there is doing my bonsing.
Yeah,
because that's where the aiming reticle is supposed to go.
Yeah.
and it's long gone.
Yeah, but don't forget you got a little dude that stands on top of that. So why don't you put one of his feet over the hole?
Yeah, but I'd still.
There is a spare on the greeble, though, isn't there? On the sprue. I'm sure there's a spare, mate.
I would have no idea where the sprue actually is.
Oh, you got rid of the sprue, didn't you? You spoon.
I'd like about 6 greebles, and I think I just put them in one of my greeble bags.
Fraser says there's a single noise marine model on the GW site. I'd give it a look. And you're right, Fox. It's a Slaanesh Marine. They're an Emperor's Children only unit.
Yeah. Emperor's Children was a faction of Space Marines, and Slaanesh is a Chaos God. Yeah. And that Emperor's Children fell to Chaos. They became a traitor legion, so they're fighting against the Emperor.
Paul D. Tomazzo says, right, he says, guys, so what's your next big project after this one? Is it a Forge World Titan? He's a git, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't think so.
He's a git.
Whatever there is out there that's really hard to line up with the camera.
We have spoke about that other tank, haven't we? But it's going to be probably springtime, isn't it, mate?
The Rogel Dawn. Yeah, we'll do a Rogel Dawn at some point.
We don't even know when it's going to be out, do we?
Probably in the next month. They normally seem to come out about a month around about a month after the premiere them. So probably in the next few weeks, I would guess.
Oh, there you go.
Christmas, anyway. I would guess. That's me a guess.
Gestularity.
Yes, I mean they've just done the new Imperial Guard box set, so
yeah.
But
it's funny with these stompers though, and I don't know whether you're the same. But you sit there, you paint a load of it, and you think, yeah, that's that section done, and then you move it. Then you see a bit and you think, oh, I haven't painted up under there yet.
Yep. I'll be finding bits of this kit I didn't even know existed.
Yeah. And then you see all these little bits of detail and you're like, damn, I've got to do all of that as well yet. And you're like, it's
a bit like living in a house for 30 years and suddenly finding a room you didn't even know was there.
Yeah. Then you sit there and go, why did I glue these bloody arms on?
Yeah. If you ever make one of these, folks, don't glue the arms on. Yeah. We both thought that it would be such a faff to get the arms on. People had said they're really hard to get on because they tend to fall off a lot. We thought it'd be such a faff that it'd be safer to glue them on now.
Yeah.
And then you could before we're doing the paint, because otherwise you get glue everywhere and you ruin your paint job. If you ever build one of these, glue the arms on after you've painted them. It's not a faff at all. Get a load of fat glue, stick the arm on, done. Hold
the irony is we was worried about scratching the paint job, and here we are putting millions of chips in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I dread to think how much paint on edges have actually scratched off handling this damn thing.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't matter because it adds to the weathering, I suppose.
That's all, isn't it?
To add to the patina.
Oh, good man. Good use of the word patina.
Scratchy patina. Wah, 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 wah. You see what I did there?
I did. I'm impressed.
Oh, I read that thing again. Cable.
Edward Leonard's in. Squishy alert.
Hang on. First of all, a shrimp. They don't move very fast because shrimp are the idiots of the sea. And then, of course, the squishy.
Oh, yeah, you got to have squishy. Welcome, Edward. I hope you're keeping well, mate.
Squishies are the cushions of the sea. Oh, it didn't break it. So what went ping then? Something bent.
That would have sounded good in the voice of Sagan.
Well, squishies are the cushions of the sea.
There you go. You've got your Sagan back, mate.
Hang on. All I had to do was slap a different cable this time. Consider again small dot. That's here. That's Earth. That's us. Everyone you've ever known, every saint and sinner, every tin pot dictator lives in a corner of a speck floating in a sunbeam. That's my really badly remembered bit of quote of the thing.
He was pure genius, though, wasn't he?
He was just the best human being who ever lived, and I'll hear no arguments otherwise. And if you try and argue otherwise, I'll just point at you and laugh, and you'll have to go away. Sure, bye.
Yeah. Absolute legend.
If you don't like Sagan, then you don't like life.
I don't know how you could not like him.
Yeah. Don't like Sagan, you're doing it wrong.
So we got a bit of that. So anyway, how are you, Edward? Lovely to see you in, mate. Hope you're keeping well.
Welcome, welcome.
I take it. Take it. Audio and video still coming through, okay, gang?
Yeah, they tell us if it went off.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about that lot. They're good kids.
What was I thinking? Oh God, I can't remember now.
I've been asking that every time we do this Friday show with the Stomper. What was I thinking?
Yeah. That's red. Oh, that was it. Oh, turquoise. Bit of that. Use some of that. Nice.
Unfortunately, painting these missiles, it's all stuff that I have to hold in such a way that I can't show people what I'm doing because it's on the other side of the Stomper.
Yeah.
It's not ideal, really. It's not ideal.
Jeff Light says A&V, fine. Thank you very much, Jeff.
I'm going to shock you now.
Oh,
Cole.
good shout. Paul Lewis says belly earlier, beef lasagna, bench, final bibs and bobs on the 112th MFH Ferrari 315S. Beverage is JD. Yes, sorry, folks. Belly and bench. What's in the belly? Yeah. What's on the bench, and what is your beverage of choice? See, we are useless, folks. We do this every week, and we still managed to forget belly and bench. Sorry, mate, you was going to say.
Yeah, I'm going to shock you now. Are you sitting down?
I am.
I'm using a Games Workshop starter brush.
No.
I am. Are
you ill?
I'm defying convention.
Nah,
purely because it's a bit bigger than the brush I was using, and it's the right size for the thing I'm doing.
No. Can we have the old Fox back? You're an imposter.
It's still a shit brush, don't get me wrong, but
I'm using the Artificer.
It's a good brush. You're painting tiny things, are you?
I'm painting tubes.
Tubes.
Tubularity is what I'm painting.
Bibbidi bob.
Because I think they looked boring just black, so I'm continuing my...
You're boring just black.
Red and blue tubes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm doing some black cables and stuff, I'll do them black, but then I'll give them like a grey highlight later on. But at the moment.
There's a microphone there, Cole. Try not to smack it and annoy the viewers.
Smack your mic up. Smack your mic up. I'll stop now. That's me beatbox for the night done. I can tick that box.
Jason says, from what I can see, it reminds me of the movie from Disney, The Black Hole, or something like that. Fox's looks like that old beat-up bot, and yours looks like Maximilian. Yeah.
Yeah, the beat-up one was the yeah, I know the one.
Yeah, I might have got carried away with using every colour in the contrast palette, but hey, it works for me. In my little world of Festa, it works for me.
In his tiny little dinosaur brain, it was a brilliant idea.
Seemed it at the time.
Now, I'm going to be really lazy with this one particular bomb. I'm just going to leave it black.
Oh, good for you.
Because I'm dead lazy. I'll put a little bit. There's a piece of metal on the top, so I'll paint that silver. Yeah. But other than that, it's a bomb. It's going to be black like a bomb.
It's just the insanity of it. Every time I look at it, I'm like, you really, really need to speak to someone medically about your state of mind, Wilkinson, because, you're a nut.
The amazing thing about that guy with the 8 billion point orc army was that he made himself a gargant.
Mm.
Now, for those that don't know, whereas a stompa is like the orc equivalent of an Imperial Knight, the gargant is the orc equivalent of a Titan. You know, the Titan, the big, like 3, 4, 5 foot tall ones that you get from Forge. The gargant is not equivalent of that, but there is no kit for a gargant.
Mm.
So this guy basically made like a half-size Ed 209 and painted it yellow. It's an orc gargant. It's like awesome. You could make a gargant out of, like, you know, spare drawers and things, bits of cupboard. They're about that size.
Yeah, I mean, they have been a slightly eccentric build, haven't they, these? I think we got a bit carried away, didn't you?
You keep saying that, and I can't imagine how you could get carried away at all. Not even possible.
Yeah.
Such things.
As I said to you before, do you think I've got carried away, Fox? Have I gone too far? And you're like, dude, when don't you go too far?
Of course you've gone too far. You're awake, aren't you? What?
I just realised I've got more pipes there as well. Where did they come from?
All the places. Oh, the pipage. So many pipage.
And we have got the obligatory bit of raggy as well, Lynn. Can't not... Oh, pardon me, can't not have a bit of raggy on there.
Yep, always with the raggy.
I will make a proper poll for that at some point. Right.
I'm only sad that I don't have anything in the way of a raggy that I can put on every one of my builds. Although I suppose with me, I've got my Hello Kitty decals.
Would you like me to donate you some offcuts of raggy if I put them in polythene bags?
No. I can't. You can't use another man's raggy.
Yeah.
That's like saying, "Oh, you've not got a wife. Do you want to borrow mine for a bit?" What?
Cy Reynolds was so disgusted with my raggy when it's like, dude, don't hate on raggy.
Yeah. Maybe my raggy is my 2 sheets of Hello Kitty decals. I'll have to make sure I put a Hello Kitty decal on this. I've got to put decals on this. Yeah, that's the point. Fruit fly, go away! God damn it!
Yeah. Oh no, I'll put my decals on. That's what scratched the buggery. Yeah. That's what I've got to do. I've got to put another coat on that glyph as well, because that's biblical gash otherwise.
Biblical gash, biblical gash, biblical gash.
Boom.
Biblical gash, boom.
Right, so we got red going there. That'll be blue. Do I do that one? It's red.
I feel like we should be playing the blankety blank thinking music while you're doing that.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, painting this Mephiston red over the black primer for these 2 fuel tanks.
Yeah.
Whatever they are. I've done it a bit too thin, so it's a bit transparent.
Yeah.
It's a bit patchy, but you know what? It's basically just done my pre-shading for me. I don't need to post-shade them now because I've got bright bits and dark bits.
Yeah.
Put a shade on that and it'll be fine.
Edward Leonard says, Fox might catch something from raggy. Yeah, there is that possibility, Edward.
Or, you know, raggy might catch something from me. Let's not dismiss that possibility.
You know, raggy is not for the faint-hearted.
No.
It is surprising how many people reached out and inquired whether they could have a piece of raggy.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that surprised me about it all. It was like,
well, the thing is, I remember reading an Arthur C. Clarke book when I was a kid. It was the weird mysteries of the world, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Mysterious World off, and they had things like, here is this chain in India that's been stood upright for hundreds of years, and here's this metal pole that's never rusted.
Yeah.
Next to it, here is this mysterious towel that can stand up by itself.
Yeah.
It's called raggy.
Yeah, it conforms to any shape that it is set in.
Permanently.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to paint some silver now, aren't I? I'm going to have to bite the bullet and paint some silver. Oh, well. I didn't want to mess my water up, but... Let's cross-pollinate and cross-contaminate my fluids.
Ugh.
Time for my metallics wet palette.
You keep your fluids to yourself.
Fluids. Hang on, I've got to make glasses off to do this.
Fluids.
Be afraid now that I can move my microphone back and forth very easily. Be very afraid.
Have you found that setup works for you now? You got used to it?
Yeah, it's nice because I can bang my desk and not worry about.
Yeah, you're not worrying about reverb or whatever, are you?
Yeah, because I can go like this, and
Yeah.
it can go through the microphone. I still don't quite trust having the microphone hanging upside down, but
No, I got mine correct way up now. I've got it on one of those spring-loaded anti-vibration damper things.
Well, I couldn't have mine upright because I'd have to have the arm down here, and I mean, I could do, but I'd have the arm all over the place. This way, it's just hanging up above the bench out the way, you see. So
yeah, I found I kept smacking my head on it when I had it like that.
Smack my head out. Boom, 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 boom. Will you stop making me doing beatbox? Stop it.
Yeah, I'm deliberately making you do that, ain't I, mate?
People don't like it when I do beatbox. You know that. Why'd you keep making me do it? Why'd you keep making me do it?
Yeah. I still think that you should have more weavy.
Yeah, this be another Uncle Weavy stream. I think you are right there.
Personally, I think you need to rediscover your weaviness.
Yeah. You need to contact Uncle Weavy and ask him for a visit. Oh, that'll be Mama Wolf.
Edward will be sitting there going, "No, please don't do
I'll
Uncle
be back
Weavy."
in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Ol says I should check online to see if there's a cool Christmas ornament for the year 22 that I can 3D print. My last one, Paul, that I did, see whether I can dig it down without knocking everything flying. Last one I did was the year of the pandemic, and it was Father Christmas delivering his toilet rolls because everyone was ordered toilet rolls. So that's one that I did. So, yeah. Let's just put him down there. Saves me stretching over everything. I'll put him back later. So, yeah, that was a strange little one to print. Because if I remember, I don't know whether it was a thing stateside, but certainly in the UK, you couldn't buy toilet tissue anywhere because people had gone in and pretty much bought every single one they could lay their hand on. So my Christmas project that year was little Father Christmas going round handing out toilet rolls to everyone that didn't have any. Yeah, I've got a piece of raggy lin on the insane blade that's kept its shape that made the sail. And it's, yeah, once you bend it to a shape, it just stays like it. Because that's what raggy does. Let's put a bit of turquoise on there, and then we can start doing some of the blue pipes as well, so I keep a track of where I'm going, because there's another pipe over there that I've got to do, so that'll be a blue one. So let's put the blue over there out the way. So Lynn says I'm going to pick my raggy up when I go there in 24. Yeah, you want a bit of raggy, don't you, Lynn? Yeah, I've got a pot full of bits of raggy down there. It's surprising. It is surprising how many messages I got saying, you couldn't post us a bit, could you? It's like, yeah, okay. You want a bit of raggy? I'll be it from me. It's developed its own niche in the hobby as raggy. And that's all Cy Reynolds' fault, that is. He takes the blame for that. Might have to send him some raggy for Crimbo. Lynn saying about the hazmat gloves, yeah. Could you imagine, Lynn, trying to get that through when you get back to America, when they turn around and say, have you got anything to declare? What would you say to the customs and immigration guy at the desk in the US when he asks, so this piece of rag then, what is it? What's on it? You'd be like, yeah. Every element in the periodic table is somewhere on raggy, you know. Do you think they'd let you back in? Probably have the CDC there, mate. Seem to be missing a light there. There you go. Let's try that. That's better. Didn't think I'd switch that on. Look. The Bobbins is in saying good morning, folks. Hello, Bobbins. How you doing, geezer? Hope you're doing all right. Hopefully I haven't put that on too bright. Let's just turn that light down a tad. But I just needed to see what I was doing under his armpit there. If I'd say hello to the Bobbins. Oh, it's nice to see the Bobbins in. Yeah. Just doing some of these pipes in different colours just to give it a bit of character. I don't know why, it kind of reminds me of my old oxyacetylene welding setup with the different colour. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's something different in it. So I've got dirt and detritus to go on it. So any bits that don't get caught straight away, I'll have a different colour on there anyway. So we've got another pipe buried around the back there. They're going to be a red and a blue on there. So this one we can have as a blue one. We've got a big fat red one there, so we might as well have a blue pipe going into there. Because I didn't think there was enough colour on this stomper, folks. Yeah. Bobbin says, pleasure to be here as usual. Always nice to see you in Bobbins, mate. Love seeing you about, mate. What you been up to? Have you had a good week, fella? And yeah, belly and bench. What's in the belly? What's on the bench? What is your beverage of choice? Have any of you got your Christmas list of things you really, really, really are hoping that you get at Crimbo? I'm lucky I'm getting a lot of the paint sets I've been after. The Zero.Paint sets, so I can do me Dukes of Hazzard builds, me bikes, and get them all done in the lacquers and 2K clears. So I'm hoping to have a bit of a binge build in the new year of all my car and bike projects. So yeah, so that's what I'm kind of hoping. Have a bit of a binge build on them, because yeah, I've had a lot of the kits for quite a while, and I just think it would be nice to get them done. So those that like their cars and bikes and what I do with them, you're in for a treat, because the first part of the new year there is going to be quite a few cars and bikes going. And then I've got the big GT40 project to do. I want to do the Mad Max, Road Warrior and diorama build, get that all done. So that's going to be the car, Mad Max himself and his dog, all on the one diorama. Bit like, you know, the scene where he's just stood there and you can see the Interceptor in the background and he's there with the dog. Almost like in a silhouette. I want to try and recreate that as best I can. So look forward to doing that one. Obviously the Warhammer ELO build, that's going to be filmed. Be filming the Warlek and the Insane Blade for the Warhammer painting section on the channel. What else is there? I want to do some aircraft, get some of them done. Bit of armour. So yeah, nice bit of variety in the new year. Hopefully there'll be something for everyone. If there is something in me stash you'd like me to build, hit me up on Scalemates. And you can, what's his name? Hit me up on Scalemates. You'll be able to see what I've got in me stash. And we'll see what you want me to build. Someone's asking the question there. Jason says, apologies, can I ask you to put a bit of background in between Stompy because the colours blend and I can't see Stompy's shape? All right, yeah, no worries. 2 seconds, mate. I think I might have another cutting mat. I just want to make sure when I position it doesn't cover up my iPad, because I've got my iPad behind me Stomper so I can see the chat. So let's just see whether I can use something like that for now. But I need to be able to see me chat, so I don't want to lose that if I can help it. How's that? Is that good enough? Because I can't really move that iPad any further, I don't think. Let's have a look. Hold up. Oh, I'll just close my chat down now. Oh, really? Hold up, let's start that again. See whether I can have a move around on here, mate. Bear with me, folks. Something I hadn't really thought of, to be honest with you, but just try and... Because obviously the stompa takes up quite a bit of room on the bench, and I want to be able to see chat if I can help it. So let's see what we can do that way. Where did I put it? It's over there. So let's see what we can do. Other than that, I can't really do much, mate, to be honest with you, because, yeah. How's that? That's about as good as I can do at the moment, mate, because I've got that little bit of space and it ain't a lot to work in, mate. So, yeah. I need to be able to see the chat so I can read it out, mate. He said just for a minute. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Tell you what, hold up a minute. Just give us a minute then. It's going to mean you're not going to see me doing anything for a couple of minutes, folks, so I do apologise. But we aim to please on this channel. So just give us a moment. I might have hit on another idea. Need to declutter my bench as well at some point. Let's see what we can do. Let's move that out of the way. Let's see whether or not that will work behind there like that. Put the iPad in front of that. And I'll sort something out better for next week, but for the moment you'll just have to make do with that. If that helps, mate, because I do need space to work as well.
And we're back. Oh.
There you go.
Hey.
Bingo.
What was going on there?
Yeah, I am listening, mate. It's just someone asked me to put something behind the stompa because they couldn't see, cool. So I've just had to rearrange my entire bench. There you go.
Yeah, so you couldn't see this. I get you. Yeah,
yeah, it's just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm returned. All is well.
Happy days. There you go.
Continue with the painting. Always just as I start painting lead belches, he pings.
Yeah, now you know what it's like when I put paint on my paintbrush and you ask me a question, you turd.
Well, if you will start painting when I'm about to ask you a question, that's your fault.
Right. How's that, Jason? Is that better? That's about as good as I can do for the moment.
Yeah. It is quite, I suppose it's quite difficult to, it's quite difficult for us to get a good shot of these where you can see them clearly because of all the stuff on the bench, because
well, this is it. We got our streaming paraphernalia, haven't we? Like iPads, paint palettes. So
it's not just that. It's just the fact that they're so tall.
Yeah.
That you kind of see all your bench stuff as well. So you can't really. It's not like we're just having a camera looking down onto the bench.
No.
Where you can see the whole thing.
I mean, that's literally our work area. Yeah. So yeah, it's to try and get, like you say, everything in shot on the stream is challenging.
The only thing I've ever done that was tougher to film than this, the two thing. Well, my big mega size RX-78-2 was tricky.
Yeah,
but that was only tricky when I assembled it all, because before I did all that, it wasn't all fully assembled. So that wasn't so bad. The one before that, though, was the big 3-foot tall Master Chief, because that was a right pain to film.
That's right. Yeah.
Because it's a 3-foot tall Master Chief.
Yeah.
That was going off the top of my desk.
Happy days. No worries, Jason. Not a problem, mate. It was just, yeah, awkward to try and do it, obviously, straight away live, because I didn't want to knock anything off. But at the end of the day, mate, as long as you can see it, I'm happy. It's something I didn't even give a thought to, mate, if I'm honest. So never feel worried about pointing things out. If you're struggling to see something or we go off shot, just tell us in the chat. We'll understand.
Yeah.
We may sob a little bit, but we'll understand.
Well, it's always tricky when it's something this big and it's on a webcam as well, which is never the best.
No.
Webcams don't give you the clearest images of things, do they?
No. And it's our own fault for having such cluttered workbenches, but
Oh no, it's not a clutter. It's not a clutter. It's just that behind it you've got your drawers and things and all the other bits.
Exactly.
And bobs.
Everything to hand so that we can get the paintage done.
We don't normally do stuff this tall, you see.
No, not live anyway.
Normally you don't end up with a view going halfway across my bench.
Yeah.
That side of the bench is the side you don't normally see.
Yeah.
Territory.
Right, so we've got a blue pipe there. We've got red and blue there.
Little bit of red and blue, red and blue. Blue pipe, red pipe, blue pipe, red pipe, blue pipe. It's
a little bit down there. Joel's off. See you later, Joel. Take care, mate. Lovely to see you in, mate.
Jabel.
Take it easy, fella.
Here you go, Cole. Try saying blue pipe, red pipe really fast.
What? Blue what?
Blue pipe, red pipe. Try saying that over and over again really fast. It's really
blue
hard.
Pipe, red pipe, blue 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 pipe. That's as far as I'm going to go.
Coward.
Absolutely.
Blue pipe, red pipe, blue pipe. I can't even get past one. Blue pipe, red pipe.
Yeah. No.
Blue pipe. What's that secret you're keeping?
Are you going into shaky again? You are, aren't you?
I am.
I'm really getting worried about you.
Well, it's a compliment. You get the shakes and I get shaky. So there you go.
Good one there. I'll let you have that.
You like that, did you?
Yeah. Do you remember the first time you did that and people were just like, can't believe you just said that to him. How cruel can you be? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like,
they were all like,
I believe you just said that. Yeah, that's our humour. Oh, that was so funny.
Oh yeah.
You proper got the stern fingers of shame, didn't you, mate?
I got a look from chat, if you know what I mean. I'm painting these like rivets on here. I'm just doing a complete bad job of it.
Nothing wrong with that. I haven't done mine yet.
Well, I'm painting these, and it's like I'm doing it so badly. I know I can touch them up.
Yeah,
so.
Got all the streaking and all of that lot to do yet, mate. So yeah, I'm just literally base coating me pipes, me rubbers. That's what I did there.
Steady. Now then.
Just going to stick me fist in me stomper. Oh, that sounded wrong. So yeah, these are a rather eccentric little thing, though, aren't they?
You said little again, didn't you?
I did. It's only when we started building these up and they really started growing that we're like, oh my God.
Yeah, you get a few bits on the sprue, it's all well and good, and then somebody steps on the Lego and it's all downhill from there.
When we saw the size of the gun, wasn't it? That was the one. And it's like, that is only the gun. Yeah, what are we making?
It's like you see the individual assembly parts for the cannons here, and you think, that's right. Then you put it together and you're like, oh, crap.
Yeah.
What have I got myself into now?
Oh, yeah, there you go. Let's try.
I haven't paid all the ammunition for that yet still.
Try and see whether we can do that without smacking the camera. There you go.
Don't smack the camera.
Apologies for keep moving the camera, folks, but I'm trying to get everything in shot for you. There you go.
Don't smack the camera.
Right, we have got blue pipe, red pipe, blue pipe, red pipe.
Glass bottle, glass.
Yeah, bottle, glass bottle. Got a red pipe there. Seemed like the thing to do at the time, Technicolor pipes.
There's many things that seem like the right thing to do at the time.
It's only because I've still got an old oxyacetylene welding set and it's got a red pipe and a blue pipe, and I just thought, because I didn't think there was enough colour in me Stompa Foxx.
Yeah. I can see that. It's an absolutely valid concern.
Yeah, see what I did there. Yeah, I need to get out.
Get a bit of colour in your Stompa.
So we've got red, blue, red, blue, red, blue there. That's going to be metallised. That's that.
I'm going to spend 3 weeks painting just these bombs and missiles.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all.
It feels like I've spent 3 weeks painting nothing.
Well, this is why I haven't been putting any pictures up. I had a message during the week. How comes Fox is pimping his and you're not pimping yours? I said, well, one, I don't pimp myself.
Nobody's as mercenary as I am, for a start.
Yeah, Fox is pretty much mercenary. He'd turn up for the opening of an envelope if he thought it would get him a sub.
Yeah, I'd sell tickets to my mother's funeral if I could.
Yeah, and I just thought I couldn't even decide myself what I'd painted. So hardly, yeah. So I just thought, I'm not gonna bother people by putting a post up. Yeah, I know. No,
the thing is just something that's large. A lot of times you finish your 3 hours painting and you've painted a few little details, which when you take a photograph of the whole damn thing, you can't even see them anyway.
Yeah. So
but I am completely mercenary. So
you are. No. I mean, I'm rightly so. Don't get me wrong. You know, you are right in your mercenariness. It's just I still find it really difficult. You probably noticed.
Nobody else is going to pimp my shizzle for me, so do it yourself. If you want something doing.
I did well tonight. I did pimp the stream.
I totally forgot.
Yeah.
Let's see. You're learning.
I'm proud that I pimped my stream on my yeah.
See, I'm getting comfortable that you remember, so I don't have to do it now, so I can sit back and go, yeah, not my show. I don't really.
I am terrible. I freely admit it. But I would say I would make a New Year's resolution to pimp more, but I think I've done that one many years now.
Yeah, you kind of do that every year.
Yeah. I'm getting better.
My resolution this year, I will pimp my stuff more and I will kill less sea turtles. Okay. Super match game.
It's just one of those, isn't it? I just find it that I'm still not comfortable with it, but you assume that people are going to know you've put a video up, and it's like, well, how are they going to know? You haven't pimped it anywhere.
They're not telepathetic, you know.
Yeah, so I get it, but baby steps, innit?
Baby steps, my ass. I've been there full speed, you slacker. Speedos on, feet first, done, pimping. Not that I would ever recommend you show yourself in public wearing Speedos.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
I mean, come on, you're not Lithuanian. Come on.
No, that's not going to go. Yeah, it's not a good look. No.
Sending me emails. Who'll be sending me the emails? Reddit. No, okay.
Getting bombarded with spam the last few days.
Spam! I like spam. Spam's nice.
You need spam.
Oh, you need spam. Underneath
the
arches. Got you with a fast finish there.
That was good. We were good
Threw
there.
You then, didn't I? I confused you then, didn't I?
You did. I'm easily confuzzed.
Yeah.
Right. Let's clean that out.
Clean it out. Clean it out.
I'd like to see either of you the HG, what's that? Dendrobium or MG Deep Striker?
The Dendrobium is basically, it's a Gunpla.
Yeah.
Well, the Dendrobium is a massive, like, flying thing upon which a Gunpla goes, or a Gundam goes.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's massive. It's like a flying platform, and then the Gundam sits in the front of it. And it's one of the biggest HG kits, and it's pretty impressive. They're also very rare.
I've got the Kshatriya just there, ready to do as well.
Yep.
Get that
my Kshatriya to do.
So yeah, I will pull my finger out and get that finished.
Yes. Yeah, I think you'll like Persona 4.
Oh yeah, I'll give it a go. You know me, mate.
I mean, hopefully, if anything like me, you'll fall in love with the characters. Yeah, it's all Japanese high school teenagers and stuff, but it's also killing monsters and comedy. It's quite a funny game, but I think you'll like it because the walking around, not in the dungeons bit, is really like, it's kind of like the old point and click things.
Yeah, killing monsters always wins, doesn't it?
You walk around, it's like, what are you going to do today? Are you going to hang out with Chie, or are you going to go fishing, or are you going to go and do your daytime job at the hospital, or are you going to go to school and do some studying? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Build your social connections. Just, the only thing is you have to not skip any cutscenes.
Right.
And you have to pay attention to everything.
Oh dear, that rules me out then.
Well, no, it's more just a case of you're in this town for a year,
Yeah.
and you have to solve these series of murders that happen. You have to find out who the bad person is that's causing them. And you get together, you become the investigation team, and you decide to find out who the bad person is. But it's just good fun. You've got to build your character stats up, like courage and strength, and you can do little side jobs at the weekend. So you can like fold envelopes in your bedroom, or you can read books. You can do little things, fold envelopes for a living, and that gives you diligence points. One of the things you can do when it's a rainy day, there's a diner in town called the Aya Diner, and they have the rainy day mega beef bowl challenge. Yeah, which is basically this enormous bowl of beef. Beef something or other, and basically the challenge is if you can finish the whole bowl on a rainy day, it's free.
Oh right, yeah,
and it gives you a massive boost to your, I think, diligence and courage stats. But it's really hard to beat the challenge because you have to have certain stats all the way up. So it's like, but you sit there and it's like it animates you trying to eat this bowl of beef.
Oh right, yeah.
And it says, at one point, it says, you've eaten so much, it's like you're entering the meat dimension.
You're a meat dimension.
It's quite a funny game. And all of the characters, I think, are just absolutely adorable. You'll just love them all.
I
think you'll like it. You have a year, basically, to solve the murder. And go to school and do your exams and hang out with friends. And
hopefully I'll give it a fire up and have a looky-loo. Why not?
Yeah, but you can't skip through anything.
Paul D. Tommaso says, how about an HG Neo Xeon?
Oh, yeah. That's a really simple build.
See, I know one Gundam, and that's Kshatriya.
Yeah. A Neo Xeon is, imagine a Gundam, but it's like 4 feet tall, but it's to the same scale as that Kshatriya. It's just a massive Gundam, or a massive mobile ship, I should say.
Pardon me.
And the kit itself is like, it's about 4 feet tall, isn't it? It's only got about 10 parts to it. It's a really simple build. It's just this massive gunpla. The thing is with those, there's not a lot to them to do, to build, and there's not a lot to paint because they're all kind of very simple paint schemes. So.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's just black and red. It's a very simple, it's not got lots of surface detail. It's just very plain panels and things. So. It's not that much of a challenge, the Neo Xeon. The challenge is finding 300 quid and then finding one for sale.
Yeah. It's over there. It'll be a while to find it then because I moved round of me paints in my paint rack during the week because I ordered some for the Harlequins. So
moving all the paints around.
That was fun. It was like, yeah.
What, reorganising everything?
Yeah.
You keep doing this, don't you, to yourself?
Yeah, but that's therapeutic, isn't it? Organising your paint.
No, I hate it.
I love it.
I need a Games Workshop paint rack so I can just put them, and I know exactly where they go, and then they've got a specific place, and then I never have to think, where's it going to be? Because I can just say, right, I know where this goes now.
Yeah, if I need more paint, I'll just print another paint rack.
It's just draw. Yeah, but I want the Games Workshop one. It has the little names for the colours and everything.
Yeah.
It's got space for 6 of every colour or whatever. Okay. I need to paint that, never mind.
Yeah, you just want all the paint, don't you?
Yeah, I'd obviously like the paint rack to come with the paints as well.
Oh, yeah, that would be cool.
Oh, is that Games Workshop? I need one of your in-store paint racks, but you can save all the contrast rubbish, just the normal paints, please.
How many thousands of pounds do you want?
They used to sell like their full range of paints. You could buy their entire range just in a big box, and it was about $3,000, I think. That was going quite a few years back there, so. Dorkosaurus has got the Master Grade Strike Rouge and Uotori. Uotori in Japanese means big bird.
Oh, nice.
That's a really nice kit. The Strike, I love the Strike Gundam. The Strike Gundam is my favourite mobile suit. All the variants of the Strikes. And the Strike Rouge is like these very shades of pinks and reds.
Mm-hmm.
The Uotori is basically a backpack with a dirty great set of wings on it. It's great. I did have a perfect grade Strike once, but I sold it to our friend Tony. Elgin 35.
Oh, yeah, Elgin 35, yeah.
Yep.
Good old Tony.
I kind of realised I was never going to get around to building it, so I sold it to Tony.
Yeah.
The monies. Today,
They
chase. Yeah, cut you off there because I did it fastly.
That's all right. I don't mind.
I don't mind.
I don't mind.
Leave me behind. I'll be all right.
Who would have thought Flanagan and Allen would be relevant in 2022, eh?
Flanagan and Allen. See, even that. I'm going
This works, doesn't it?
Need to go and change my water now. I've been doing metallics. Hang on a sec.
Yeah, you carry on, mate. I'm just doing a bit of rust under his armpit. But yeah, I've got the Kshatriya that I've got to finish. That's just sat there in its component bits. So I will get round to doing that because that's getting steampunk, that. So it's going to have all the different metals and some woods and stuff because, yeah, why not? Some sprockets, some chain, and yeah. Why not indeed? All right, a bit of rust on there. I've got some more to go up under there.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I bet Flanagan and Allen never thought that, like, 50 or 60 years after they were long gone, people would still be saying their name out loud.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, who knows what, maybe in 50, 60 years, for some reason, somebody will have reason to say my name or your name.
Oh, yeah. Cool. What a bad place the world would have to be if they have to talk about us two idiots.
Yeah, do you remember that Festa and Foxx?
Yeah.
How?
Just come back and haunt everyone.
What was it? It was a clever one, and there was Foxx. That's the one.
You classing me as clever. Things I never thought would happen.
You're clever. You know what you're doing. You've got test smarts.
I enjoy creating, mate. You might have noticed.
I noticed it.
He'll message me at about 2 a.m. and go, what have you been up to? I have created a thing. What have you created? I send him a picture and it's, holy mama, how the hell did you make that? This, and this. Why? What do you mean? Yeah. And I gave him a run through the other night, didn't I, after one of our streams, of the way I did the doof wagon on the Tinkercad. And it was like, dude, you really need to put this on your channel.
What does doof mean?
Doof, it's the name of the vehicle out of Mad Max.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Mad Max Fury Road.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the music, the truck that plays all the music. So it's called a doof wagon.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I know you're clever because, like, who else can say what you've been doing? Oh, I've just been designing a chassis. What?
Yeah.
What? From scratch? From 3D printing it? What?
Yeah, here it is printed. How on earth did you do that? I used these shapes to create the primitives, and then I made all of this. And I was talking him through it, wasn't I? Saying, yeah, look, you just use this, this, and he's like, dude.
And the funny thing was, while you were talking to me, I was trying to flash back to my old days of doing like 3D Studio Max.
Yeah.
And the moment you went away, all the way through, I've been thinking, there's a word. What's the word? What's the word? When you went, I went primitives. Oh, that's
primitives.
That's the one.
Yeah, just using like the primitives. Yeah,
cubes and cylinders and things.
Yeah.
And I couldn't remember what the damn word was. I'm like, oh, as soon as you hung up the call, primitives.
Yeah, yeah, and that's all it is. And like, once you saw it, you was like, oh yeah, I get it now. But you still made it, and it fits, and it's and it's orc. Yeah, I know.
So I know you're clever.
So I can make all the things, and I enjoy that because, you know, like I've said to you before, good, better, best. Some days you can build, some days you can't. That's what I do when I'm having a cruddy week. Is I just sit and CAD design stuff for future builds.
Well, you see, that's one of the reasons I was quite happy to send you a Persona 4.
Yeah.
Was, I've been trying to get you into gaming a bit more, and you've been getting yourself back into gaming and this, that, and the other. But it's like Well, it's a game that you could probably get a good 100 hours out of, and at some point in the future, it's going to be a case where you're going to have to depend on things like gaming quite a lot to keep you sane.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or there'll be times when you only get to do gaming, for a few days before you can do some paint work.
Yeah,
the gaming will be like your life belt, and it's like, you know what?
Keeps the cognitive stuff going as well.
I wanted to see what was in your games collection. You see, so I said to him, "Send me a friend request on Steam," and I wanted to see what he had already. I thought, well, he's got Fallout and stuff, so let's send him.
Pretty bland, isn't it?
No, that's all right. It's good stuff, but it's like, let's send him Persona 4 because that's a good 100 hours of stuff he can completely lose himself in. I wouldn't send you like crappy 20-hour first-person shooters. And I want to send you stuff where you're going to be lost for hundreds of hours, because at some point, that's going to be your lifeline.
Yeah.
Yep. So.
Right.
But I will, of course, be getting I'll be getting it when it comes out on Xbox in January, and I will be streaming it.
Oh, you're good.
The funny thing is, right, I love the game to bits, but I've only ever played it a little way in.
Because you're doing Skyrim, ain't you, this Saturday?
Yeah, I've gone back to doing Skyrim on Saturdays.
It's a good segue there. You're impressed, didn't you?
Was, yeah. Well, I might do Skyrim tomorrow, but I've got 2 packs for the Iron Man to do.
Oh, right, yeah.
But 2 packs, like today I did my Dodge Charger, and I did 2 packs. I've still got 1 left.
Yeah.
But with the Iron Man, 2 packs can be like half an hour. So I might wait till I get 1 more pack for the Iron Man. So tomorrow I might do my 2 packs of the GT40.
Oh, you're good.
But I'll make that a public stream, not a private members only stream or whatever, because it's still an early build on. So I might do a couple of streams of me. But that might only be like an hour. It might not be very long. So we'll see. But yeah. So I just thought, I know this game. I've watched it played to completion. I watched Giant Bomb play it years ago. And that's when I fell in love with it. And I got it on PlayStation PS Vita. Only got so far in it because I didn't really get on with playing it on the Vita. And then I got it on PC. And then I kind of forgot I had it. So I've only ever got like 10 hours into it each time, and so this time I'm going to play it. I'm going to stream it and force myself to actually get past the first 10 hours because I've watched it played and I fell in love with it, and I really wished I watched it played in about 2011. It's a 2008 PS2 game.
Yeah,
when it came out, and I watched it played in about 2010 or 11. I was like, oh, I want to play this game. I haven't got a PlayStation 2, or I've got PS2, but no way to hook up to the TV, and then I kept debating whether to get my Wolfsoul PS2 up and running.
Yeah.
But then they released it for PS Vita. I'm like, right, in that case, I've got to go out and buy a PlayStation Vita. So I bought it just for that. And then they released it on PC and now on Xbox in the new year. Fantabulous.
Absolutely. I'm going to be doing a mod video on mine. My PS2. So I'm just
the place I got my modded 360 and original Xbox from, oh, black for that, don't I? They did modded PS2s and stuff as well. You get the mod chip in there, and you get all the retro arch, and you get like 2, 4, or 6 gig. I have to admit, though, when I got my 6 gig Xbox 360, I was a little bit disappointed that it's basically a 2 gig hard drive in there, and then just 2 external 2 gig hard drives along with it.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah.
And I hope it to be 6 gig hard drive in it, but never mind. Or SSD. But it's got all the games in the world.
Yeah.
Still loud though. It's like still the noisiest thing ever made.
Yeah, I'm putting Noctua fans in mine.
Yeah.
An A625 Noctua fan.
Mind you, the PlayStation 2 was never a noisy console.
No, it was only the fan on the rear. It was a ball ache, but
well, it wasn't that. I mean, compared to say a 360 or a PlayStation 3, it was never that loud and noisy.
Yes. Getting the treatment, so I've 3D printed some mounts for the fan. An SSD's going in there. I'm getting rid of the IDE drive out of it and putting a terabyte SSD in there. And
The funny thing is, it's like I had the original Xbox when it came out, and then I had an Xbox 360, many Xbox 360s.
Yeah.
And then I had my Xbox One, then a One X, and I've got my Series X and S. And the funny thing is, it's only when I got like my Xbox, my Series X, which is effectively silent, which amazes me. It's like a 12 teraflop, God knows what going on in there, and it's absolutely silent.
Yeah.
Pretty much. It's only when I realized when I turn on my modded original Xbox or my modded 360,
yeah,
I realized how loud those old consoles actually were.
Yeah.
But when you had them and they were new, you never noticed it. You'd be like,
well, no,
I got my 360.
We've been spoiled, haven't we, now?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I got my first 360 back in the day, and it was like, wow, this is so quiet compared to my original Xbox, my Xbox as it was at the time.
Yeah.
And yet, Xbox 360, it sounds like a turbojet.
Yeah.
It's like I was streaming. I streamed Medal of Honor Frontline, and I was really conscious that the microphone was just picking up from the fans in the 360. Like, wow, these things are not quiet. But we thought they were. But I thought they were whisper quiet back in the day.
Yeah.
It's only when you get an actually almost pretty much virtually silent console you realise.
Yeah, and you sit there and you think, bloody hell, that's a racket.
Yeah, it does amaze me with the Series X, though, just how silent it is.
Yeah.
The only pain is, though, the vents are at the bottom, and there's one at the top of it is basically a giant vent.
Yeah.
So if you have it like me, stood up, which is the way it's ideally supposed to be.
Yeah.
Problem is, of course, it's just going to fill it with dust. So I always make sure there's something covering the top up when it's not powered up.
Yeah.
A bit paranoid about that. It's like having your exhaust vent, but it's at the top.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, so all the dust is going to fall straight into it.
Yeah, you can get a pyramid that goes on top of it, can't you, to stop the dust from getting in there?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got a little notepad thing that I put over it when I'm not using it, when it's not powered up, so it doesn't overheat.
Yeah.
And on my Series S, I just use my controller box. My controller case just goes on top of that when it's not in use.
May have been looking at Xboxes during the week.
Oh, lovely. Series X is the way forward.
Yeah. On the radar, but not just yet.
Yeah, I mean, the Series S is an absolute steal, a bargain. It's a wonderful little console. But, yeah, it's going to start to feel a pinch when we go just fully next gen.
Yeah.
Or fully current gen and not still, like, a lot of games that come out now are still taking account of the previous gen.
Yeah.
Just because of sheer numbers, so... Series S it's a good little budget. If you're not a serious gamer, you've got a 1080p monitor, it's absolute steal for 250 quid or whatever.
Can't argue with it, can you?
No, but if you've got a big, nice telly or monitor and you want to get proper gaming going on, you want the X, really. Because at some point they're going to when they start releasing games, except at the moment they're still cross-generational, when they start making the games purely for this current gen, and ignoring the previous generation, you're going to start seeing games where the Series S is really going to struggle.
It's just going to take off in it. It's just going to blow everything out of the bloody water.
But I think the S will start to struggle then a little bit. They'll really miss out on some of the top bells and whistles.
It's a shame. But like you say, it's just progress, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, because I mean, the S is supposed to be like... The S is still current gen. It's not old. It's just a budget console for those that aren't using a 4K TV and they're not really fussed. They just want to have some fun. Don't spend 500 quid on an X, get an S. But, I'll use it for my streaming. I fully expect that at some point I might have to switch my Series S to be another Series X. I've got two Series X's.
Oh, I'll cut you with your Series X goodness.
Well, I only got the S because I didn't want to keep having to switch the cables at the back of the Series X or my Elgato capture card.
Yeah.
Because I knew at some point I was either going to break the Elgato capture card, which is 300 quid, or break the socket on the back of the Series X, which is irreplaceable. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just get a Series S.
Yeah.
And that can be permanently hooked up for streaming. It'll do for now. Because I can't stream from my computer, so... I mean, you've got your PC you can game from, but
yeah, the
like
same.
we said before,
The same. It's the same processor and everything that you've got.
yeah, I know, but I'm using mine purely for work, so I want to get away from it.
Yeah, no.
I don't want to sit at the same thing. But like we said before, though, for you, it's more like the console is great because then you can get away from the computer. When you can't sit
it'll
on the
go
bench,
next door.
Yeah, you can go in a comfy chair with the telly box.
Yeah.
And your games console of choice.
Yeah, that's where it'll go because this is working here, this PC. So yeah, I kind of want to move away from that if I can.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, what's this breast scorpion? Ooh, that's a nice colour. Hubbity bobbity bobbity. Ooh, no, it's metallic default. Don't use that.
Paul says now he wants to go and build his MG Wing Zero. There you go. See, plenty of Gundams to make. Good on you.
Wing Zero. I tried watching Gundam Wing once.
Yeah.
No. It's like I watched Mobile Suit Gundam, brilliant. I watched Gundam Seed.
Yeah.
Really enjoyed it. I watched Gundam Unicorn. Really enjoyed it. I started to watch Gundam Wing. Got about 3 episodes in. I had to just turn it off.
Really, not to your.
But I didn't understand anything that was happening.
Yeah.
It was like what why are the colonies all sending mobile suits but fighting with each other again? I don't get it. No, it's too and in the end, I'm like, you know what? It's just not. It didn't. No.
Yeah. Didn't float your boat.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't working for me.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? How some things work, and like you say, others, you're like, yeah, that really is biblical gash.
Yeah. I really wish they'd do a remake of Mobile Suit Gundam there, like they did with Space Battleship Yamato.
Yeah.
Because if you watch Mobile Suit Gundam, it's an awesome, very powerful, quite potent story, but it's 1970s anime and it's terrible to watch. Terrible to look at, and the voiceover, the dubs are awful.
Yeah.
Legendarily cheesy. I think with a modern remake, get it all redrawn and new voice actors, it'd be incredible. It's a very mature story. I mean, let's be honest, it's people say, oh, Gundams, it's like, yeah, you know, it's all about like child soldiers and stuff, don't you?
Yeah.
It's all about like children fighting wars and the bleakness of war and the pointlessness and futility.
Pardon me, it's very relevant now, isn't it, when you think about it?
Yeah. Although it's in a sort of sci-fi coating, but it's still, a lot of it's quite a potent story in a lot of ways. It will really benefit. I mean, Space Battleship Yamato 2199 was a really nice. I tried watching the original, and again, the animation just made it hard to watch. Yeah. And the voiceover was like, oh, I can't watch this. But the remake, which is about 10 years old now, 2199, that's a really nice anime. I recommend that to anyone. Really nicely done. And I tried to get into Iron-Blooded Orphans.
Oh, right, yeah.
That's one of the latest. Well, it's not latest now, but it's a few years ago. I tried getting into that, and I did watch it all the way through to the end of the first season. But again, with Iron-Blooded Orphans, I didn't feel anything for the characters, and I kept getting confused as to who was the bad guys and who was the good guys and who was on what side. And
oh, right, yeah.
It was just so many characters and different factions and loyalties, and I forgot who was who, and I just got really lost in the end. I'm like, it was all right, but I kind of got lost with it. I'm not going to lie to you.
No.
So I didn't feel it. And I didn't really like the mobile suit designs. It didn't float my boat at all.
Didn't do it for you.
No, Gundam Barbie toes. No, thank you.
Oh, dear.
Didn't work for me.
No.
Just going to get some fresh drinking water because I'm dying of thirst.
Yeah, no worries, mate. You do what you got to do, mate.
One sec.
No problemo. Just clamping down on a couple of these bits. Everyone's chatting about Gundams there. I think we're on the subject there. Still very popular by the sound of it, then, the Gundams scene.
Hi, Lily.
He is returned, folks. He is returned.
Let's have a quick look at chat while we...
Yeah, I was saying, well, I think the Gundam thing has certainly struck a nerve in the chat. Everyone's having a good old chat about the Gundams.
Yeah. Well, I must get back into the Gunpla at some point, but...
Yeah. That's how I first came across you, doing Gundams.
Yeah, Dorkosaurus says all the Strike Gundams look good. They are. It's a nice design. Now I want to go build my... I've done that one. Oh, Paul says, problem is about his Wing Zero version car. The problem is he got it packed away by one of the kids and I have no idea where it is. Time to get looking. You never know what you might find.
Exactly.
Paul Tamar, he says, yeah, I've built the High-Nu Vercar and the Sazabi Vercar. I've done the Sazabi. I've got the High-Nu somewhere, I think.
Yeah.
I think I still have. Or did I give it away? I think I've got it. It was gifted to me anyway. That's another cat I would like to get, the Spaceship Yamato. Yeah, the Spaceship Battleship Yamato.
Yeah.
I've got the 3-foot long one.
Yeah, I can remember really when Vince done his, it kind of, resonated. I was like, yeah.
You can get little ones, but they're not as good. But I've got the one that you could optionally get the interior set for, the hangar bay, but I didn't get the hangar bay. Dorkosaurus says, the first one I built was a Vercar, or version Katoki it should be. Yeah. And for the life of me, I can't remember the name of it. La 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 la. They're hard to find now, though. The 1 to 500 scale ones.
Yeah.
666 millimeters long they are.
People are holding on to that sort of kit now, Fox, because, they're sought after.
I'm holding on to it because I'm a lazy git and I've still not got around to building it.
Yeah. And of course, I've got the Eagle Transporter to build as well this year.
Welcome back, Fox, says Lynn. Oh, yeah.
So, yeah.
Fox, build that Yamato. I will do, but the problem I've got is, well, I can do it now because my bench is big enough, but at the time my bench was too small. Yeah. But now it's more a case of where I'll put it. The one thing I would want to do with it is do a load of easy line rigging on it.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't need rigging because it's a spaceship and a sea ship, but it needs, antenna cables and stuff. I'd have to do that. You always have antenna cables. Let dry for a bit, and then we'll do some shade.
Oh, nice bit of shade. Get your shade here, £3 for £1.
Get your shade there, £3 for £1. £3 for £1. Do I want to glue that missile on yet, or do I not want to do that yet? I don't want to glue it on at all because I'm just going to make a mess of all of it, and it's not going to stick, and then I'll be sad, and then I'll be angry.
I could say that would be an ecumenical matter, mate, but yeah.
Yeah, sure. You've got yours to glue on yet, as well. You're in exactly the same boat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like the ladder. It's like, be one of the last things that goes on.
To quote Claudius, let all the poisons that live in the mud hatch out. You like my little Claudius stammer there?
I'm impressed.
Let all the poisons that live in the mud hatch out.
Must give that a revisit.
Yeah, I've got it on DVD, and I've also got Elizabeth R as well.
Oh, right, yeah.
Elizabeth R was great. Glenda Jackson as Elizabeth.
Yeah, probably one of the best portrayals of Elizabeth,
Great little series, that.
Them series are always memorable. They was done well, weren't they, back then? When you think the budget wasn't massive, was it?
No. And it's like they had Elizabeth R and they had I, Claudius, and that was kind of it for the BBC's historical sort of drama things.
Yeah.
They were legendary. If you ever get a chance, folks, to watch them, however you may get hold of them, I, Claudius for the start, you have to watch. I, Clav Divs. It's a masterclass in like understated photography.
Yeah.
As in, they literally had a set that'd be one wall and a pillar, and they had
Yeah.
12 extras. And somehow, with one wall, a door, and a pillar, and 12 extras, they make it look like a busy,
Yeah.
like the center of Rome, busy with merchants and people. They just get away with it.
Yeah.
They said, I was watching things. Said, yeah, we had a budget of like 5p per episode. And we had like 2 walls and a pillar, and somehow the camera team, the directors, managed to make it look like a hustle and bustle of Rome streets. But it wasn't. It was like 2 walls and a pillar. It's great.
Very cleverly done, wasn't it, for its time?
Oh, yeah. And I was watching the interview where the woman that played Livia, you know, Claudius's mother.
Yeah.
She's the absolutely classic kind of matriarch.
Yeah.
She's twisted and evil, but she does everything she does out of love for her family.
Yeah.
And she said she was in Egypt once doing something, going to somewhere, and this was like, you know, about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Like 30 years after the show was done, 40 years, and he like got into the back of this taxi, and the driver turned to the person that had let her in the taxi and said, "Is that Livia? Have I got Livia in my taxi cab?" Because they'd just been watching it, apparently.
Yeah. Great TV shows.
Yeah. I Claudius. We all called it I Clavdivs. And Elizabeth R. The 1/500 scale battleship, space battleship Yamato is a nice big kit. I have the 1/1000 for. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Dorkosaurus built a Blaze Zaku Phantom. Ooh, nice. Yeah. Paul says to whoever, didn't all those verniers on the MG Psycho Zaku drive you crazy? I would not go near a Psycho Zaku if I was painting it. I just haven't got that kind of. I don't know. I really would hate myself by the end of it.
Is that one of those? Yeah. Don't want to paint that.
Well, when you get a minute, just Google Master Grade Psycho Zaku and you'll see.
Is it worse than Harley Quinn?
Oh no! It's just a big, complicated mobile suit with like things all over it and millions of tubes and things at the back. Just have a look when you come off.
Yeah, I will do.
The bit, and you'll see what we mean. There's a reason it's called the Psycho Zaku, because it's psycho to paint. Beautiful thing, but I wouldn't want to paint it.
No.
Great fun to make.
Yeah.
If you're just making it, but to paint it, because you'd have to build in a fixed pose, and that'd be a nightmare. Right, let that dry, and then we should do a wash.
You know what's going to happen now? We're going to end up getting one when painting it. It's going to be like,
oh no, I'm not doing that. No. I've known for a long time I have no desire to do a Psycho Zaku.
Yeah.
That be touching up? No, that'll be hidden by a wash. My little white teeth on the bomb. They're not brilliant. They're not perfectly neat.
No.
But I'm going to do a wash on it now. So
doable.
Yeah, it'll hide my sins.
Yeah. That's the thing. A good wash on a model will hide a multitude of sins.
Multitude of the sins are hidden.
That's why we spend so much time weathering. It hides all our shonkiness.
Shonkiness hides all things. With the shit that doesn't work.
Yeah. Or as we say, our happy little accidents.
Not shonkiness. It's planned instability or something.
Pre-designed mayhem.
Yes. Unintentional shenanigans.
Yeah.
Shenaniganery. Right. Let's have a bit of shade going on here, I think. Gentlemen, shade your bits.
Now I'm really getting worried about you.
Shade your bit.
Yeah, weird little dudes. Get
Weird
them a base.
Dudes. Now, do I still want a brown? What do I do on this other missile? I can't remember now what shade I did. Well, just arse.
Blitzstone, holy moly, that's a bad looking Zaku. There you go.
Somebody just looked up the Psycho Zaku there.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on, Lynn, you know you want to paint one. You have our full support.
Did I do these as a diluted wash?
What's that, mate?
trying to remember what I did on this other missile. I think it was a diluted wash. It wasn't normal. It was
no, I think it was one of your homebrews, wasn't it? Diluted.
yeah,
I remember rightly. Was it was it the 4-to-1 that you did?
Yeah, I think it was 5-to-1. I think
5-to-1. That was it. So
yeah.
God, I remembered a and thing.
You remembered an fact.
Are you proud of me?
I am experiencing some emotions.
Yeah. See, I do pay attention. You may not think I do, but I do absorb some things. Not all the things, but I do absorb some.
Yeah, you don't absorb all the things. That's why you wear them special pants.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have some labia mermaids.
Yeah.
Not my show, not my monetization.
Yeah.
There we go.
So glad you said that, and I didn't.
5 labias to 1 agrax. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Right, so that's a bit of that. Let's have a bit of
it.
Let's get rid of those. Lynn says, yeah, that looks fun to build. Paul says, I wouldn't mind one.
Not cheap, though. Ow.
No, I mean, I must admit, I must pull my thumb out my bum and get that Kshatriya built because it needs it.
Oh, build your Kshatriya.
Yeah, no, that's what I was after. Yeah, that's it. Dorkosaurus said, I'd like to build one with the 3D porch kit, PE kit, and replace all the verniers with aluminium ones.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they do like the verniers, do the master grade Gundams.
Proper build by the sound of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's lots of like detail up kits for these things where they have all the thruster bells and stuff for verniers, if you want to call them that, are replaced with aluminium parts and stuff. Yeah,
I looked at the cost of the thruster bells upgrade kit for the Eagle and I nearly fell over. It's like, yeah,
that's stupid money. That
yeah, I'll be using C1 metallizer. I wonder whose video I watched 5 years ago that used that. I'm trying to think of the bloke's name.
Can't remember.
Can't remember.
I think I might just use. I might just use Neat Agrax because that mix actually did one bomb and it's really almost invisible.
Try it on a bit that's not highly visible first, Jess.
Unfortunately,
just in case.
Unfortunately, all these missiles are highly visible.
Yeah. Yeah, you know them missiles, Cole, that are really prominent on his arms? Yeah, they're the ones. Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Don't be like Festa. If you're making a comment, make sure it's a useful one.
I don't want them missiles that's hard to see.
Yeah. You can always do some underneath his armpit.
You have to get the za at the end, don't you?
Yeah, za.
Because it's southern and all that. That's how southern people speak, I am led to believe.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that you put out on the end of everything. Apples and stairs. Apples and stairs, that's ruined it. Apples and pears.
Pears, apples and pears. Apples and pears. Boom, boom, boom. Apples and pears.
Super match game. Super match game bomb.
Yeah. The old school though now, London, it's all changing, mate. It's gone now. Like anything, it evolves, doesn't it?
You about to start shouting at the clouds?
No. Not at all, mate. It's progress, Fox, at the end of the day. And, the only thing that bugs me... Yeah, the only thing that does bug me about it is old school respect and politeness and all of that lot. That's all going, and I think that's important.
Shouting clouds now, isn't it?
Yeah, respecting your elders and all of that. I just think that is really important. It's sad to see that is lost. Not a full-blown wibble, but just an observation of sadness.
There seems to be a lot more stupid people around nowadays. Thick people that just don't understand things like, respect, politeness.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a shame.
Kids today, get off my lawn.
Yeah, get off my land. Get off my land. Yeah, me. Get off my land. I really need to get a life, don't I?
Get off my tractor. I ain't giving you the key and bugger off. Little bastard. Get out of it. Get out of it.
Yeah, son, that's the one I used to like my granddad. Yeah, son. Yeah.
I never understood what that meant, even up here in the north. It was a universal symbol of shouting of something.
Get out of it. There you go.
Yeah, get out of it. I never used to understand why we would up here say "gizzit."
Yeah.
As in, give that to me.
Yeah, give that to me. Gizzit. Yeah.
Gizzit biscuit. Give me. It would make sense, but
yeah.
Who'd started using the word us to mean me, and give us it. And that makes now give us it. Gives it. Who would say give us it? Give it to me. Gives it.
Yeah, but it's like you say, you can go 3 miles down the road and people are talking in a completely different accent. It's weird. UK accents I find fascinating. Always fascinates me.
My sister-in-law, who's lived her entire life in Memphis.
Yeah.
When first time she came over, she was absolutely amazed by the fact, she said, I really don't understand how you can drive for like 10 minutes and go through 4 different accents. I said, welcome to the British Isles, where it's like America, but compressed into a safe space the size of the British Isles.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. It's like, in the US, you can drive for 3 hours and you're still in the same state. Yeah. Drive for 3 hours here and you've gone from one of the country to the other.
I also remember that in New York.
Yeah.
Geezer shouting to his mum, we got one of those cockneys in. And he's, bless him. He was fascinating. He really was. Could you say this? He rung his sister. Could you say that down the phone? Can you say this? Could you say that? He was just loving it.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, bless. It was proper made up. He said, I can't wait to tell me mates. It's like, okay. Okay, I thought I needed to get out more.
Diddly bomb, diddly bomb, diddly bomb.
Bomb.
Super match game. No, see, painting around these teeth the second time after the wash will be easier because I don't have to go quite as far into the edge of the tooth then.
Yeah, I'll be pressed.
Super match game.
That on there.
Where are we? Jeff says it'll be so worth the wait to someday see the Festa treatment of the Kshatriya.
Yeah, it's literally just on my left at the moment, Jeff. Yeah. I need to pull my thumb out my arse and get on with it. That's what I need to do.
Had you started to glue clockwork things to it yet, or was that not yet happening?
No, I was removing sections to put clockwork parts into.
Ah, lovely.
Doing access panels and stuff ready for grills, grates, and all of that. So the saw had been out, is how I left it. So I just need to pull my thumb out my bum and get it done and dusted, to be honest with you. I think what it was I packed everything away to move the man cave. And then it's just taken me far too long to get everything back in here. And
Jeff Light's gone. He says, Boeing said Zebedee, time for bed. Hope to catch you all soon on Sunday.
See you later, Jeff. Safe. Take care, mate.
That was about an hour ago, so he's long gone now.
Yeah.
Paul says, nice. I picked up the metal upgrade set for the Master Grade TriStar Zaku.
Oh, nice.
Linda says, I wouldn't mind building that. It just costs $118. I'm not sure. That might be the Psycho Zaku, I think.
Yeah. That's the problem. Just the cost of everything now.
Yeah. Paul really wanted the deluxe metal upgrade set for the Master Grade Sazabi Verkar, but it costs about $100 now. Yeah. Lynn says, I'm glad I don't have the money in the bank right now. Yeah. Paul says, we have money right now, but it has to go towards the mortgage, bills, and food. And Lynn says, I have the money, but I hide it from me for bills and rent.
Yeah.
Paul says, to Jeff, if Bandai did release a Master Grade Kshatriya, it would be absolutely crazy. I don't think they ever will. They've been asked many times if they'll ever do a Master Grade Kshatriya, and they've even had prototypes set up and done up. But I think what they came to the conclusion was that there was no way to make it in such a way that it will be profitable, because you'll know when you do your cacciatore, you've got the big the binders with the arms that hold them in place.
Yeah.
When it's all right on a high grade when it's quite an empty kit, but doing a master grade, you expect to have stuff inside all those binders.
Yeah.
The weight was too much.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And they said there was no way for us with the current technology we have to build it in such a way that those joints would support themselves and not be ridiculously expensive.
Yeah, that's the problem,
Because,
isn't it?
Maybe we'd have to put metal parts in there, and then it just gets too. They said it wouldn't be worth it; it'd be too expensive. So, sadly, that's the one thing they never put out as master grade. I don't think you'll ever get a perfect grade either.
It is a thing of beauty, though.
There is a resin one you can get at master grade scale, but
Yeah,
that's not from Bandai.
yeah, I can imagine that's not cheap either.
No, that's not a Bandai one. It's also ridiculously expensive, and it's not, posable. Dorkosaurus says, "Money, what is that?" I'll let you know if I ever find out.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, isn't it, with the Kshatriyas, is finding a pose that works and just posing it and been done with it, because, yeah, they're a nice kit, though.
You get a nice pose up, but it's what to do with all the binders. It's like, where do you put them? Do you have them sticking out, vertical, horizontal?
Yeah.
It's really tricky to know to get them in such a way that they're not all just covering up the mobile suit.
Yeah.
But, boring.
That's the thing.
It always makes me sad when you see a beautifully painted Gunpla, but they've just posed it in a standing straight up pose.
Oh,
like
yeah.
Feet pointing forward, legs straight, arms down by the side. It's like, really?
Yeah, give it a bit of purpose, a bit of animation as best you can.
When you see them just stood there with the 2 feet pointing forward, it's like, really? It's not waiting in a train queue.
Yeah, it's not an ID parade, for crying out loud.
Make it an action pose.
Yeah, it's the Gundam that attacked you in this room. Yeah.
Show me on the doll where the Gundam hurt you.
Yeah.
Right, this Agrax is taking forever to dry. My labia is still wet.
Oh, dear. Can't have wet labia, dear.
No. I'm so fired. I wouldn't be surprised if a third-party company creates a master grade Kshatriya. It would more than likely have a metal frame, says Paul. No, I don't think they will. The knockoff Chinese companies that make knockoff Gunpla won't, because it just costs too much.
What a thing of beauty, though. It'd be great if you had a machine shop and you could turn something out on the lathe and all of that lot and create that, because it would be a beautiful thing, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, you could do it with you could make a proper metal armature for it, no problem.
Yeah.
I think it's just that, I mean, if Bandai can't do it, then not anybody else can. No. Bandai's got the most advanced molding technology in the model industry, but if they can't do it without making it such an expensive kit that nobody's going to buy it, then
that's the thing. It's going to be prohibitive, isn't it?
Yeah, I think if I remember rightly, one thing I read said the only thing they could think was that they would have to do some sort of metal armature for it.
Yeah,
for the binder arms, but that will put the price so high that nobody would buy it.
Yeah,
I think they realise that even though everybody will want it, people will pay 300 quid for a Millennium Falcon, but they're not going to pay like 800 quid for a Kshatriya.
Yeah, and it is going to be that sort of money in it at the end of the day, because
it's going to need a metal armature.
Yeah, you can't do it any cheaper. So
no. It's the technical limitations, just because it'd be so heavy. You'd have to build the supports into it.
It'd be an interesting concept, though, if someone did do it. But like you say, it's
I mean, never say never. They might one day do like a limited run of some £3,500 metal framed. But I don't know. They might do. But
someone like Joy Toy or something like that might come out with something. You never know.
Well, like I say, if Bandai can't do it.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody might come up with an action figure that you can't build, but a kit that you assemble yourself, no, it's not. They're not going to. Unless it was like we've made 100 of them and that's all we're ever going to do, and they're going to cost $6,500 each or something.
Yeah.
It's a bit like saying, make this stomper, but have 4 Gorkanauts on that come off little arms. Have a Morkanaut on arm. It's got to support that, and it's got to cost less than £1 million for the customer to buy it. Yeah, you're not going to be able to build an armature that can support something
Yeah,
like that.
111 to 12 million quid. Thank you. Very glad. Yeah.
This Agrax Earthshade is taking forever to dry.
Is it taking a long time to dry, is it, dear?
Mm-hmm. Yes. What am I supposed to do with the wet lab here? My shady labia is all wet. It's not good. I could hair dryer it, but where's the fun in that?
Exactly.
I wouldn't mind, but that first coat of it just did almost virtually nothing anyway because it was so faint. La 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 la. So while I'm waiting, folks, ask me anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know, Fox. Have you seen some of the latest third-party kits nowadays? Bandai could do. They just don't want to risk making it. Wow. What do you mean by third-party kits? That's the question. Do you mean the people that do knockoff stuff where they just steal the
garage kits?
molds?
Probably, yeah.
And like I say, you can get big resin ones that cost a fortune.
Yeah.
But you can pin resin, you can pin it and stuff. They don't need to be posable. It probably comes down to the plastic that the way Bandai use polystyrene and ABS for their joints to make them flexible. Because they don't use fully. I mean, maybe they could do like a static glue together kit.
Yeah.
I think what they've said in the past is that they can't make one that's all posable and you can play with it. That's the whole point of a gunpla. You can move it around.
Yeah.
It's probably they've got to keep that in mind. Maybe that's what they're trying to do, and that's not working.
Could well be.
Could be. Come on, dry, you fascists.
You getting your bottom lip out?
I'm bored. I want to do the next coat, and I'm waiting for it to dry. And it's just
Wibblekins.
I know. Being a gimp. I suppose they've got to look at it in terms of, well, if we make this, they probably say we can make it, but it'll cost this much money for all the molds and tooling.
Yeah.
And to make that money back, we'll have to sell 50,000 of them, and we expect to sell, as we're going to be asking £700 for them, we're going to sell about 5.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's the thing. And I think you have to remember that in Japan, big model kits aren't that popular.
No.
That's why HG exists, because in Japan, the small kits are the most popular.
Yeah, they do like miniature, don't they?
Yeah, big kits don't. It's people like us and Americans and stuff that like the big kits.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine the 1/32 Lank doing well in Japan because they haven't got the space to put them kits. Yeah. They do like their.
Yeah, that's a kit solely aimed at the Western audience. That.
Yeah.
But it's like the Neo Zeon. You know, the Neo Zeon is like 3 foot tall. It's got about 12 parts.
Yeah.
It's like a toy, but it's 300 quid.
Yeah.
Because they know they're not going to sell that many of them.
No, that's right.
They might sell a few in Japan, but they'll sell a lot of them in the West. But they know that's why a Zeon probably doesn't cost that much to make, because they are just big pieces of plastic. It's not like a complicated build.
Yeah.
There's probably more parts on this than there is in a Neo Zeon.
Yeah.
But it's 300 quid.
Yeah.
Because, how many are they going to sell? Yeah. There are companies out there making metal frame kits that are original design. Look up The Judge. Oh, yeah, I know about those.
Yeah.
Make me laugh because they released that $1,000 new Gundam. Yeah. They're more collectible, those, aren't they, I think?
Yeah.
Like collectible. I know the ones you mean. Yeah, you never know.
Like you say, stranger things do happen, don't they?
Yeah, but they wouldn't be cheap.
No.
I guess Bandai have run the numbers and be like, no.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to look into that sort of thing, aren't they? And they're going to, yeah.
I've seen prototypes of it.
Yeah.
I've seen master grade size prototypes they've done. And they realised it was a really bad idea. I'm going to have to hairdry this, aren't I?
Yeah, is it laughing at you, is it?
Well, it's 2:30. I can't get the hairdryer on at 2:30 in the morning. It's just that one bit on that bomb there is still like dripping wet. It's like, come on now. Come on, lads.
Is there nothing else you can paint away from that?
No. I'm in the zone now.
Oh, dear.
I'm in my zone. I can put some black... I can do some null oil on that black bomb. Or on the back of that bomb, I suppose. Let's just go for some... Oh, screw it.
Yeah, do it. Go on. You know you want to. Don't let it laugh at you, Fox.
I'm not going to do it on all of them because you know. But I need to do some normal oil on them. I'm just going to go over the existing shade. I don't care. I'm going to fly into the wind. Yeah. I'm made of the wind. I have to do black. I have to do normal oil on the black bits anyway because I painted them in whatever that stuff is. That you need Corvus black that needs a shade, black shade on it to make it look black.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what Bandai's next venture's going to be. I
must admit, I've kind of, since I've not done any Gunpla for a while, I've kind of lost track of what they've been doing.
Yeah, it's gone quiet, isn't it? The whole Bandai scene. And
no, I don't think so. It's gone quiet for me because I've not really paid attention to it since I've been out of the loop. But I'm sure it's just as strong as ever. There's a new Mobile Suit Gundam series out. So in a minute, I don't know anything about it.
I think we all got tied with the Velociraptor, didn't we? And all that was bringing. So we kind of lost track of what's been going on in with the manufacturers. I certainly have.
Yeah, I mean, I burnt out on Gunpla anyway, so I just stopped. I just had to step back from them for a while.
Yeah.
So I just pushed all that aside and stopped being in the loop.
I'm surprised you haven't burnt out on Warhammer because you've been all in, haven't you?
Well, Warhammer is you build it, you paint it.
Yeah. You know, it's the longest I've known you to be focused on one type of thing.
I don't have to use my brain. I got to the point with Gunpla that every time I wanted to paint one, it was a chore.
Yeah.
It became a chore because I had to make sure I was painting it, but then getting in a pose and how am I going to paint this and how am I going to fix that pose? And it became an unpleasant chore.
Yeah.
Where with something like this, I build it, I paint it, there you go, done.
Yeah.
I might have to figure out a sub-assembly, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's doable.
Yeah, but with Gunpla, it was like there was too much thinking and planning and not actually having fun.
Yeah, I found that with the Kshatriya where I have to sort of figure out how it's going to be painted before you assemble it so that you know you're going to be able to get to everything. And
Or, you know, can I build these legs? Can I build this bit on the leg without having to then seal the gap in the leg armor? But then now I've got to make a C joint because of it.
Yeah, and then I've got to angle these and file them down so that I can snap it together once it's painted without too much pressure on it and damaging parts. And
Now for you, that's grist to your mill because you like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
For me, I just want to build it and then get it. I don't want to. Building it's not the fun bit. So
yeah, I love the challenge. It's like, get the saw out, got to modify this, modify that.
Modify. Modify.
Yeah, I got sent a load of watch parts and that by Chris.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And they're going to be incorporated into it. You know, so it's like anything. You're trying to recreate something that's steampunk that you want. You know, you could very easily just stick sprockets everywhere. Well, that's not really steampunk. You want to do it so that it looks like it actually functions, that it's got a purpose to be there.
Yeah, but plus steampunk is not just sticking cogs on either. Steampunk is also it's an aesthetic. So it's also things like don't just put cogs on it. You want to make little bits of brassy trim here and there.
Exactly.
And bits embellishments and flourishes.
And different metals, bits of wood, you know,
like
copper and brass fitments. And
you want little flourishes that go around things, and like you want like a little raised rim on something.
Yeah. You know, so there's going to be, like you say, sprockets, but then there's going to be exhaust pipes coming out of places, and you know, because it's a bit like, if you want to get an idea of what I mean with the steampunk, watch a film called Wild Wild West. There's a perfect example of steampunk in there, and
unfortunately the downside to that is you actually have to watch a film called Wild Wild West, but
but it's to get the aesthetic for what I mean about the mechanical tomfoolery of Victorian automaton. Oh, look at that for a nice set of phrases.
Oh yeah. But yeah, it's the flourishes as well. It's the pointless, it's the unnecessary trim that also makes it, gives that Victorian feel. Like brassy trim that doesn't serve any purpose.
Yeah, it don't serve any purpose, but it's ornate, isn't it? It's
it's that little level of ornateness. That's the word I'm looking for.
Stefan Lars says his eyelids are getting heavy. He's going to sign off and catch some Z's. Good night. I'll see you next time. Take care, buddy. Lovely as always to see you in, Stefan. Take care, my friend, and we'll see you on the next lot.
We'll see you soon. Adios, amiga. Yeah, it's like those Carahadron dudes you got, the 40k dudes.
Yeah.
You know, like with the blimps and stuff.
Yes.
They're sort of steampunk, but they've got lots of little gold embellishments and pretty bits and stuff that serve no purpose, but they just add to the feel of it.
Random bits of filigree and all of that lot.
Ooh, filigree.
I know you like that. I'm doing well. I swallowed the dictionary.
I'm proud of you, my son.
Yeah. I swallowed the dictionary earlier, folks. Normal service will resume in a minute.
It's all right. Last week he swallowed the Kama Sutra. It was a nightmare trying to have a conversation with him.
It's the fact I grew the beard as well. Damn,
have you ever actually watched the video version of the Kama Sutra?
No.
They were done in the 70s.
No.
80s. I have had occasion to watch it. It's so bad. It's just terrible. My friend's family had like a lucky dip for Christmas where you just a big barrel, you just put your hand in the sawdust filled barrel and grab out the present. That's your present. And we think his grandma put a copy of the Kama Sutra in there, but the video version. So my mate won it, so we're like, well, we'll have to sit around and watch it now. Come on. And it was like the softest of soft porn. It was terrible. I was like, really? This is not going to float anyone's boat. Come on now. And it was like, you know, hang on a minute, just up against a tree doesn't count as a position. Come on now, this is the worst Kama Sutra ever. Oh, there's a pipe there I didn't know about. Bum tubes. Oh well, too late now.
I found one earlier. I was like, really? There's a pipe buried right up under its armpit. It's like, I'm gonna have to paint it now because I spotted it. Yeah.
Armpit, na 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 armpit. You're an armpit.
Yeah, that wrong being an armpit.
Well, I can think of worse pits to be.
I see what you did there. You're good, you are.
I'm good, but if I can't be good, I charge. Don't forget to shake your agrax.
I had heard. Yeah, don't do a festa. Shake the bejesus out of your agrax, and when you think it's shaken, shake it again.
Yeah, always shake your shades.
Shake your shades, shake, yeah.
You had a Bruce Forsyth grin on, then I could hear it in your voice.
Yeah, shake shades.
Well, man, slap.
Ross says I should go to bed, but my head won't let me sleep. Oh dear.
Then don't.
Don't, mate. Stay up. Chillax with us two pillocks, mate. What possibly could go wrong, Ross?
Well. Yeah, don't be boring and sleep.
Yeah. Sleep's for wimps.
Stay up and do the other things, not because they're easy.
Yeah, do all the things at the bench, mate. Build all the things, create all the things.
Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune. See what I did there?
I did. Please don't do it again.
Plus, the other thing about Persona 4 you'll like, it's got some cracking, really good J-pop in it as well.
Oh, really? Gold.
Yeah. The only shame is it's got, on the one you've got, Persona 4 Golden, it's got the new theme tune when you start the game or when you load the game up.
Oh, right, yeah.
The original game had a different opening theme tune, and it's actually in there. You can access it through the game in the menus, but the original version, I think the original song was much better.
Yeah.
I'm not that keen on the one in Persona 4 Golden. It's not as catchy. Good soundtrack on it, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I did a random thing last night. When I went back upstairs, it's like, I'm going to have to find out about it now because I couldn't sleep in the end. And it was like, he's got inside my head now, the git.
Yep.
And it's like, yeah, I know. Let's have a look, see what this game is all about. And I'm like, oh, my God, it's madness.
What did you find out? What did you find out? Go on, Col.
I just saw a random YouTube video that gave like a bit of an intro of the game and some of the scenes and that, and I was like, yeah, I can understand why he wants me to play it.
I kind of thought, I thought to myself, it isn't that kind of game, but some of it will be very familiar to you if you like things like Grim Fandango.
Yeah.
It's not quite a point and click, but like, you know, when you're wandering around Dejima's house, you can go in the fridge, you can go upstairs. It's a lot of it is just wandering around doing stuff.
Yeah, there's room to explore the surroundings.
Yeah, and do things.
Yeah. So you know me, mate. I'll have a go.
Yep. When you wander around town, look at everything.
Bound to go well for me because, yeah. A bit of that on there. Bit there. Have you some of him? A bit around.
There is one character I think you will absolutely fall in love with.
Oh, really?
I'm not going to say. I'll let you come to your conclusions.
I very nearly came back downstairs last night and fired up a Grim Fandango stream. It was close.
Why didn't you?
Because I thought it would be disrespectful, being that you'd just got me a game and I was playing something else.
Oh, shut up. I don't expect you to play Persona 4 straight away, you spoon.
So I decided against it.
Nonsense.
It's just how I am.
Back in.
You know how my mind works.
Deep, 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 deep. I've got the original Persona 4 opening music in my head now. It's really catchy. It's really catchy. Paul says, too much going on up there. Turn out the lights, play some rain sounds, close your eyes and allow the sound to drift you away.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I found I've been drinking too much coffee and it's keeping... I'm like, yesterday we got up at 11.
Yeah.
Because the gas man cometh. So I had to get my wolf up.
Oh, yeah, because you had boiler shenanigans going on, didn't you, mate?
Yeah, so he was with us yesterday. So the gas man cometh. So I got my wolf up at 11. We got up at 11. If you don't know, our day and night cycle is completely different to everybody else's. We don't get up till like 2.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have to work to Mama Wolf's schedule. So I don't have a normal schedule anymore.
No. You're like me, ain't you? It's like, night shift.
Yeah. Get up at 2, but I'm up till 3 or 4 in the morning. So, but on this particular, I got up at 11, got my wolf up all day, busy, doing stuff. Got up to bed at 4 and I thought, right, I'm going to go right to sleep now because I've been up for... No, I lay there for 2 hours trying to get to sleep. Then I went to sleep.
I know that feeling. And that's when we start randomly messaging then, isn't it? And it's like, yeah. Because he knows I'll still be awake. I know he's still awake, and that's it. Then you just get these random messages start, don't we? That's like, which is normally us just calling each other schoolboy child names, and then that's it. It's just like,
yeah. This is the order of things.
Yeah, you're made of poo, you are, and that sort of thing. And it's like, yeah.
You're a poopy head.
It's like really childish stuff, isn't it? And it's like, yeah.
Your head is a poopy head.
Yeah, my missus is like, you two are absolutely nuts. Yep.
Edward says, yeah, had an Agrax screw up, forgot to thin it, and it's old, almost empty bottle. So yeah, it's probably strong anyway. Had the paint on the ATXT good and slapped on a coat, and it darkened it too much. The thing to remember with shades is that you only really want to use shades. It's not like a wash, like an enamel or oil wash where you can wipe it away. If you're going to use a shade, it's going to darken the flat surface and the recesses.
Yeah.
See, if you're doing something like you either want to do it just in the recesses or do it on the flat surfaces if you know you're going to be painting back over the flat surfaces with a layer. Like I'm doing these missiles and they're going to look a bit grubby now, but I'm going to back over the silver bits and blue bits with a layer of the original colour.
Yeah.
And I just want the Agrax in the recesses.
Yeah.
So for something like an ATST, I would have used, say, an enamel gunk wash or an oil paint wash, perhaps, because then you could get it all over it and then wipe it away in the clear bits and not have to relayer over it. You can always layer back over it. So, yeah, that's the thing. Acrylic washes, they've got their uses, but they're not for everything.
Not the greatest, are they?
No.
Are you beatboxing again? You are, aren't you?
I'm bored of these missiles now. I'm sick of painting them now.
They're giving you the ump, aren't they?
I can't weather them to look messy, so they're like... I've just realised there's a bit there that looks terrible. Oh well. Bum tubes, la 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 la, bum tubes.
You're a bum tube.
You're made of bum tubes.
Is the correct answer.
Completely made of bum tubes. Kaido, 1913. Was planning to add be a medium, now it's Bandai. What? Hey? Yeah, even with like medium in there, it's still going to discolor the surface, but like in your case, it was an old one, so it darkened it too much.
Yeah.
But yes. But go away, fruit fly. Honestly, I like you too, but you're not my friend. Go on, bugger off.
Is it mocking you?
I don't know how it's still alive. It's been here for months. La 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 la.
It has been unseasonably warm, though, hasn't it?
Not when the boiler wasn't working. It was unseasonably really cold.
Mm.
Now the boiler's come back on. It's gone warm again. It's like, oh. Oh, Edward says it's all chipped and done, no turning back.
She says.
Oh, itches me back. You can always get it in the Dettol.
Yeah.
Strip it down and start again.
That's what I'm doing with my X-Wing thing.
Was that you?
What?
Did you make a little fart noise then?
That would be an ecumenical matter.
Did you do a parpage?
There might have been.
Good girl. I thought you maybe slid something across the desk.
No.
I'm even more impressed now.
You can have a bit of Donald Duck, though, for your trouble.
That's
the point. I've got to stand up, haven't I? Oh. I'll do that now, actually.
What time is Mrs. H being woken up?
1:45, mate.
1:45.
Yeah, the alarm will be imminent. Bless her.
Right.
She gets a lay in. She wakes up, it's like,
lay in? How very dare you?
Yeah, bless her. Pardon me. Right, what we got? Oh, it says it's getting really cold here. We're starting to see snow in the mornings. Yeah. Yeah, because he's, is it, am I right, Paul, that is it Toronto way you are, mate? Excuse my ignorance for not remembering exactly, but...
In Canada somewhere.
He's up that neck of the woods somewhere, isn't he? See, so
I was about to say, no, he's more such and such a place, but then I realised I can't think of anywhere else in Canada. Toronto and Banff, that's the two Canadian places I can name off the top of my head.
Yeah.
Banff will be pretty snowy.
Lynn says, dang, I forgot, stand up. Yeah, I am standing up, Lynn. Well, I'm in the throes of standing up.
Please be upstanding for national anthem.
Oh. Use my old man noises. Open the door, I've opened up the doorness whilst I stand up, because I'll move my chair out of the way then.
Move your chair out of the way.
Oh, dear. Here all week.
I'm waiting for things to dry again, aren't I?
Damn, I'm really going to regret them Harlequins. I can see it now.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah. It's going to be ... fun, he said.
We get to start the Wild and the Insane Blade, don't we, as well? Oh,
You were working really hard there to convince yourself, weren't you?
yeah.
Was it working? Was it working?
Yeah, it'll work. I look forward to filming them. Yeah, there'll be option A or option B. I wonder which one will get the most views. Let me think.
Shame you're not going to live stream the process.
Now you're just being cruel.
Yeah, that would be asking a bit too much, wouldn't it, Alec? Yeah, we're near Toronto, about an hour from me, says Paul.
Yeah, just tempting, though. Is that the colour?
I painted all these like coppery, brassy panels here, right?
Yeah.
Where in the real world do you actually see brass panels that big? Nowhere.
Nowhere.
Unless they raided a brewery and took all the brewing vats.
Yeah, but it's the insanity of Orc, because in the Orc world, yeah, you know, that's
it's like you never see brass anywhere. You don't.
No.
But yeah, brass is everywhere in Warhammer 40,000.
It does seem to be the thing, doesn't it?
Hamilton is right. That's it, Hamilton. At the far left corner of Lake Ontario, halfway between Toronto and Niagara Falls. Isn't Lake Ontario like the size of England or something?
I think it is, yeah. It's pretty much, yeah.
You know, a lake's big when they can find long-lost ships one day. Oh, look, there's a whole ship down there we hadn't known about. One of the Canadian lakes, they just found like a battleship or something. Long-lost battleship from like World War II. Jeff says, I've been to Toronto and Hamilton and like them both quite a bit.
Nice neck of the woods, isn't it? It's funny, we both would love to go to Canada, wouldn't we? It's just one of them countries.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Canada.
Yeah, no, it's like, yeah, the lottery ticket came through, it'd be, yeah, plane trip. Paul, what are you doing? We're on our way. Life as you know it is ended.
I'd move to New Zealand. If I was rich, I'd move to New Zealand, but I'd vacation in Canada.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be a nice neck of the woods to go to, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What colour should we do that? Red.
Butt coloured.
Why did I know that was coming?
Paint it the colour of my butt.
You, sir, are a utter spoon.
My butt is the best colour. It's always the best colour. I got the spam call from Hamilton, says Lynn Dipple. You know it's a spam call. The Canadians would never call an American. I don't know why I'm painting this missile like it's all shiny and new, because when was the last time an orc made something out of clean new metal?
Exactly.
But I am trying to paint them not like they've been... I don't know. Oh, there you go. There's your alarm.
Yeah. I'll sort that out.
Is that from 24?
Oh, yes, the CTU ringtone.
CTU. I've never seen 24. I saw one episode of it. And
I love the fact that in every episode you get to hear Kiefer Sutherland go, damn it.
Damn it.
In proper Kiefer Sutherland way, of course, but yeah. Jack Bauer.
It's got a very Metal Gear kind of sound to it, that ringtone.
Yeah. Just
it's like a cross between something out of Austin Powers and something out of Metal Gear MGS4.
Yeah.
Come on.
Saves me getting hammered for copyright by Metallica as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that I haven't got enough money.
Why is my phone making this noise?
Yeah. That's what I was after. Bombs. Paint this and then I'll give the Doris a ring.
Hello, Doris. I'm waiting for me thing to dry. I'm just going to go and get a quick another top
Yeah.
up of my water for
Yeah.
drinking purposes.
No worries, mate. I'll hang on until you're back. Then I'll
brush purposes.
bring the love of my life, Shortby. Bless her. They broke the mould when they made my missus. Right, there's a couple of bombs in there. Ah, there it is. I knew I'd seen the other one. Bit of red on there. Sorry you can't see what I'm doing, folks. It's just I'm stood up painting at the moment. I'll show you when I sit back down. I'm being good. I'm doing as I'm told.
There we go. All done.
All done, he says. All done.
You'll like the Persona 4 control scheme. It's fairly simple as well.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's just like one stick movement type thing.
Oh, is that it?
Control.
Is
I forgot to put water in me.
Go and get your water. See, he's been like this all night, folks. Terrible he is. He's so unorganised tonight. Right, let's put the lid on for a second. When he comes back, I'll mute so that I can go and ring my missus. Retrieve her from her slumber. I've just started doing them figures.
Ooh, grottage.
Yeah. Just had a couple.
Yeah, most of the time you're just walking around. You're not interacting with a lot of things, and when you're not doing walking, it's pressing button menu options. So
yeah,
nice and simple.
Just going to mute late so that I can ring H.
Yep. Let's have a quick look at chat. Come on over, guys. I'll be waiting, says Paul. If ever win the lotto, I'll be flying over there and making a surprise visit to each of you. Oh, bring pie. Lynn says, never been to Toronto. Would like to come for a visit. Yeah. The question we have to ask, of course, being non-Canadians, is, of course, Fox sure is unorganised. Well, I need to get fresh water from your water pot, and then I forgot to actually fill it up. So I'm a dick. We have to ask the question we have to ask to our friends from Canada is Canada actually that polite? Like, the whole joke is that Canadians are always polite and dead nice and everything. Is that actually true? Or are you all secretly complete bastards? I don't know. We'd like to know. We'd like to think that you're all really kind and thoughtful. Right? I know you see in the back of my shoulder there. We'd like to believe the myth that Canadians are all polite and friendly. But is it true? Or do you have problems like every other country? We like to think that you guys don't have any problems at all, but I'm sure you do. But are you all polite and friendly? Is that actually true? Or you're actually all secretly really rude and you just put it on for the tourists? Inquiring minds would like to know. Demand to know the truth, sir. Yeah, if I won millions on the lottery, I would move to New Zealand because it's a beautiful place with no worries. Nothing wants to kill you like Australia. I love Australians. I just wouldn't want to live there. But I'd travel a lot to Canada. Because if for no other reason, then you've just got the best national anthem. Let's just be honest about it. You do have the best national anthem that's going. Not like some of these tin pot European countries where they have like really fast. No. I'm going to put a dark wash on the red cap for this rocket now. For this missile. I wasn't going to at first, but I'm going to now because I need to get a nice edge around the teeth and eyes to make my painting look neater. But also, I want the red to look a bit darker. And I'm going to go back over it again with the Mephiston red anyway to glaze, majority. But I need to get some black around the teeth so it just makes my paint job look a little less slapdash and hide some of the rough edges for me. All about hiding the sins. Gentlemen, hide your sins. We'll get black wash on these red bits. Oops, far too much on the brush there. I'm not putting a black wash on the metal parts because on the silver bits of the missiles because I'm going to make them look kind of reasonably shiny. Not completely new shiny, but reasonably shiny. So I don't want to make them look too dark. That's why I've just done the Agrax Earthshade wash on those. La 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 la. I suppose they would make their missiles out of just the same scrap as they would everything else, but you know, like Colin said originally, they've not been fired yet. You build them and you fire them, so they're going to make some effort, I suppose. I don't know. I like to think anyway. I mean, I don't like to think. Thinking's a terrible idea for me. I would say most Canadians are very friendly and polite. Of course, there are those that don't represent the rest of us. You're always going to have a bad eggs no matter where you go. That's true.
Oh, you get that everywhere, don't you?
Yeah. I mean, if you come to Britain, most people in Britain are probably really grumpy and hate you, but there you go.
Yeah, I think the thing I notice when I'm stateside is how friendly people are. Customer service and things like that. Whereas in the UK, as well, I suppose you want me to serve you, do you? It's like, well, it's kind of why I'm in a shop. But, you know, if it's too much trouble, it really is bad, isn't it?
Yeah, it's kind of your job. Shut up and do it.
Yeah, it's like, really, you know? But the problem is, like you say, visitors to the country, that's not a great first impression for them, is it?
Well, it's truthful, though.
Yeah. You know, it's just how it is over here.
I find my own countrymen to be grumpy and
obnoxious, miserable, cantankerous. Yeah,
grumpy. Not everybody, but a lot of them.
Mm.
I find a lot of my own countrymen to be ignorant as well.
Oh, they drive me mad. It really is. There are times when you're not proud to be British. When you see Brits abroad, you're like, really? Yeah. It's just so annoying.
Oh God, yeah. Right, when we went to France one year, we stayed in Volnay, a place in France called Volnay, which I think is not in the south of France, but it's in that kind of area.
Yeah,
not quite far south, but it's in the nice countryside part of France anyway. And we went to the village, and we stayed in this gîte, like an old farmhouse, just outside this village in Volnay. Yeah. And we went into the village, and you can't believe how rustic it was. There was a shop.
Yeah.
Like just an everyday little shop. There was a funeral place, like a proper Wild West shop with a guy outside making coffins.
Yeah,
and next to that was a Le Sport bar.
Oh, really? Yeah.
And you walk in there, and it's all wooden tables and wooden bar. And there's a guy behind the bar with the big bushy moustache, cleaning, and he literally was cleaning the glass with the cloth.
Yeah.
And there's about 6 locals sat in a corner, and they all look like farming types. You know, they're all like.
Yeah.
Not all. One of the guys was sat there in a tracksuit and stuff.
Yeah.
They're all like, not exactly a wealthy area, but they're all rural types.
Yeah.
And they really just gave us the stares for ages for about the first 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And then after about the 4th day, we went in there and we bought them all a drink.
Yeah.
Because it was the same people every day. We're like, you know what?
Yeah.
We said, let's get some drinks. So I was doing all the ordering because me and this other guy were the only ones that could speak any French. So
yeah.
I said, can we order some drinks for all these guys at the table?
Yeah.
And we took them and said, these are for you because, Yeah. And we got talking to him. And by the end of the 2 weeks, we were all the best of mates because we were struggling to speak French. They didn't speak any English at all. And one of them was saying, he said, we have a confession to make. And said, the reason that we were really like suspicious of you when you first came in, we were all like looking at you, is because we thought, oh, they're British. They're English.
Yeah.
They're going to be football hooligans.
Yeah, God blimey. Yeah.
Yeah, he said, but the moment you came in and just started trying to talk French to the barman, and then you started talking French to us, we thought, oh, actually, you're really nice and you're making the effort. You're not boorish football fans.
Yeah.
And we were like, yeah, we're not all like that. Fortunately, yeah.
I used to like going out in the sticks to ye oldie country areas and having a meal, going for a beer and just getting to know the locals, trying to sample the culture or get a feel for the culture. You know, I mean, all right, I'm not good with lingo, as we know. I destroyed the English language, let alone the French.
You barely speak English. But...
I like to try to sample the cuisine and show an interest then, you know. And
well, these guys says to us, they said, you know, your French isn't bad. I can't speak French. I've long rusted over now.
Yeah.
But they said, you know, your French is terrible, but it's not that bad. He said it's all right. He said, but it's not the fact that it's good or bad French. He said it's the fact that you actually tried to speak it.
I can speak fluent French, mate.
Go on then.
Oh, blimey, governor. There you go.
There's a monkey in my room.
See, now that has impressed you, I can tell.
What
did you expect? What did you expect? Come on. You honestly thought I was going to burst in complete... Yeah, bless you.
I had a moment of like...
Yeah, I always kept that a secret. Yeah, it's like, nah.
But they said, no, we're grateful for the fact that you at least tried. You know, you didn't come in the bar and start ordering stuff in English. You came in and every time you spoke to the barman, you ordered in French. You did your best to order French.
The worst one I ever came across was Benidorm. Yeah, straight away. Yeah, you know, an 18-year-old Festa on a Club 1830 to Benidorm. Yeah, so... With a mullet. Yeah, with a mullet. And there's this geezer in the restaurant, and the first thing you heard was, oi, Paco. It's, oh, God. Fischio and Chipio. This is how the guy was speaking Spanish.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and he was wondering why the waiter was ignoring him. You know, but it was proper bring shame onto your entire nation moment, wasn't it? You know,
yeah, those are the people that you think, I'm not British.
Yeah, and you just sit there, didn't you? Yeah.
I think that's what these people thought we were going to be like until we actually made the effort to say hello and talk to me in French. They're like, oh, actually, you're not doing very good French, but you're making the effort, and that's what matters.
You're trying.
Showing some respect. Yeah, you're being respectful.
We had it when we went to Italy, to Mugello, for the MotoGP. Now, you know what I'm like. I destroy every language that I attempt to speak.
I don't even think Italian people can speak Italian, you know. Yeah,
but we were trying to integrate with the locals. Yeah, come on. But we had to go. They would laugh at our attempts, especially my attempts to try to phrase something. And but they appreciated it. They appreciated that you're in the middle of nowhere, you know, right next to the racetrack, but you're trying to sample a bit of Italian and that. And it was nice, you know.
Yeah, you always be respectful.
Some of the older Italians were just gobsmacked with my veiled attempts to try to sound Italian with a broad London accent, and it was
I need to find something now with Italian on it so you can read it. I need to find something we both got.
There might have been a bit of mockage, but
I need you to have an instruction. Oh, have you got your instructions there for your tank?
What tank?
The Sherman you're building. Have you got your instructions book? There might be an Italian bit on that if it's multilingual.
No, it's up on the shelf there, mate.
I was going to
mate, you can try. Have something Italian for me to read out on E-Models Monday. There you go.
There you heard it first, folks. On E-Models Monday, make sure you put stuff in chat.
Yeah, and I'll have a go. Is it E-Models this week or is it next week, mate?
No, this week.
It is this week.
Yeah. Paul says, in my opinion, the British accent is one of the top 10. But which one? We've got hundreds of them.
Yeah.
That's the point. There's no English accent because
it can't be the one I speak.
Well, that's the thing. You've got an English accent. I've got an English. Yeah. There isn't an English accent. There's the received pronunciation, which is I decided to talk like this. You see, like you do on the BBC.
It's surprising how many people think that we still speak like the Victorian TV shows they should read.
Victorian TV shows?
Yeah, you know, tea in the 11s and what. Yeah.
You mean they had TV in Victorian times? I know what you mean.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, all that we speak like the old sort of the BBC. This is the BBC home service.
Yeah. No. You know, 1950s Pape newsreel, you know, it's like...
pronunciation. Yeah, no, we don't. There are people that speak like that, but we laugh at them.
Yeah, we take the mickey, don't we? Something wrong, rotten.
So it is difficult because and it's the same with any country. You know, we think of like a German accent or a Spanish accent or an Italian accent when they're speaking English. And the thing that blew my mind is I knew this girl. She was a German girl. She lived in Cologne, and she was an English teacher. And she was explaining to me. She was trying to teach me how to say some bits and bobs, and she was explaining to me how there's. She was showing me how to pronounce the words. If you pronounce it this way, that's kind of Westphalian. If you pronounce it that way, that's kind of further south. If you pronounce it that way, that's more Berlin and metropolitan area. And I'm like, wait, you have accents?
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, there's like, because she said, if I hear someone speaking English, it's just English.
Yeah.
She said, so I can't tell the difference between your accent and somebody from Liverpool or Edinburgh or I say English or British, Edinburgh or anywhere in England. She couldn't tell the difference between like a Londoner and a Northerner.
Oh, right, yeah.
But she said, but I can tell if someone's from Berlin or Cologne or, anywhere else. I can tell where they come from in Germany. And I said, that's so weird because, like, to me, I can tell where someone comes from in Britain by their accent, but all Germans just sound like Germans.
Yeah.
All Italians sound like, and it's like, that's the funny thing. You only understand the accents for the country you live in, really, if they speak the same language. You might pick up, like, we can pick up American accents and say, well, that's a Boston accent, and that's a Texas accent, because it's still English. So it's just, but when it's not an English language, I have no concept of accent. So I was amazed to find, because she said, well, if I say such and such, she said such, and then she said it again in a different accent in German, and it was like, that's completely different. She went, yeah, but you wouldn't know it. You just say it was German. I'm like, wow, my mind blown.
Oh yeah. It's like Spain, isn't it? You know, they like Mallorcan accent is different to a Madrid, and it all sounds the same to us.
Yeah, to us it's all. I used to love the Channel 9 stuff on the Fast Show.
Oh, yeah.
Channel 9.
Chris Waddle. Yeah. Funniest thing I saw was two Italians with road rage. Because, as you know, Italians is a very gestures language, isn't it?
Oh, God, yeah.
Expressive. And, oh, mate, it was proper gestures right up to each other's noses. I thought they're going to have a punch-up in a minute. Mamma mia. Yeah.
The funny thing for me is, I don't believe anyone can actually speak Italian apart from Italians, because I think you have to have a different lung system.
Yeah.
Because if you watch Italian newsreaders, like, I watched this one and she was sat there and she started talking. About 3 minutes later, she hadn't even finished the sentence.
Yeah.
And she was still going. And she probably just said, next up, the headlines. It took her 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And she was like, and it's like, I would have had to breathe a few times, and they seem to talk for like a minute and a half and then breathe, and it's like,
it's like 55 words for good morning, isn't it? It's like,
and it's like, that's why no one can speak Italian well apart from Italians, because we don't have the capacity to get our lungs that full of that much air.
Yeah,
I just don't think we can do it. I think we'd be foolish to try.
It's like German, isn't it? It's a very guttural language, isn't it? But it's a beautiful language as well. It's, it's a
very practical language.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no made up words to try to beat around the bush. It is what it is, isn't it? It's like,
I love the fact that when they name something, they just get these long, like inordinately long names, because they're so literal.
Yeah.
Like if you've got a big green truck with like a black stripe and blue wheels, it'll be, in German, it'll be the truck, blue wheels and white stripe with.
Yeah.
They wouldn't just call it blue and white stripe. That's why you get some of the weird animal names.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do they call I can't think of one now. I can't think of the only name I can think of is Fledermaus, but that's not an example. They're kind of literal.
Yeah.
Like if they might see a hedgehog and say, well, it's like a rat with spines on it, so we'll call it the
spiny ratty thing.
Spiny rat thing. Yeah, they wouldn't just call it a hedgehog. They wouldn't make up a word.
No.
They call it the rat house, the rat horse miniature.
Well, it's like a nipple's a breastwort, isn't it?
Yeah, breastwort. Dorkasaurus says, it's time for me to go, y'all. Have a good evening tomorrow morning. I'll see you tomorrow. Take
care, buddy. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming in. Always nice to see you in, mate. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Yes, take care, buddy. Lynn Dixon says, I have a Texan accent. No,
Yeah.
surely not. We knew that.
Even your parrot squawks in a Texas accent, Lynn.
Yeah. Believe it or not, us Brits can detect quite a few American accents and pick up where they're from.
Yeah, yeah.
I think the difficulty of British accents is that British accents, they change very quickly in geographically. Like, you know, you're 10 miles, it's a different accent, but they change slightly each time.
Yeah.
You can trace an accent from south as you go further north. It changes a little bit every 10 or 15 miles. You get a little change to a dialect here and it just a gradual change from. Whereas in America, because you've got the great distances, you've got Texas, and then you drive 500 miles and it's a completely different accent.
Yeah.
But there's no gradual change. It's just such a big area that.
Yeah.
Whereas here, if I go like 20 miles north, the accent will sound a little bit different. I'll know it's different, but somebody from outside might not realise. So it's like a gradual change. It's weird. Accents are great. La 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 da ba dee ba bee. That's one of the great things about the various cultures worldwide. Some sound very aggressive and some sound opinionated. Some loud or soft, some humorous, and some very sensual.
Oh, yeah.
French always sounds very phlegmy to me.
Yeah, it sounds like they need to clear their throat, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And if ever you see a Frenchman that doesn't shrug, there's got to be something seriously wrong with him.
Yeah, although they do have the best word, boff.
Yeah.
B-O-F.
Yeah.
He's like, what do you think of that? Boff. It's just like, whatever. Boff. Here's a link to the Italian song that was written in the 70s to sound like it's sung in English, but the words aren't English words. It's really interesting to listen to. I'll have to look at that later. Sweetie was born in Fort Worth, Texas, says Lynn.
There you go.
There you go. Edward says, I have a Tony Soprano accent from New Jersey.
Oh, really?
New Jersey.
Yeah, I could imagine that. Yeah.
I was reading an article today, and they're making the Super Mario Brothers movie, you know. And
hopefully it's better than the Bob Hoskins one.
Well, they've got whoever the current actor of choice is playing Mario, who's just playing himself.
Yeah.
But they've got, I think they've got the actor that was Luigi in the Bob Hoskins. I think I've got this right. The actor that was Luigi in the Bob Hoskins movie.
Yeah.
Is voicing Luigi in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes sense. And he's Latino or Latin, Latinx if you want. And he's disappointed. He says, I think Mario's voice was a choice for another actor of color. And I'm thinking, Mario's Italian?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
yeah, why
I don't quite get that.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter who voices him. It doesn't really matter. But I'm thinking, why would it necessarily? He was kind of saying it should. He was kind of saying it should be another actor of color.
Yeah.
Like he says, I'm Latino, and you know, it should be another. And I'm like, why should be? I mean, it doesn't really matter who the voice is, but why should it be? Because it's an Italian character. So I don't get why it should be a specific type of person to the voice.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? What? Yeah.
But then Chris Pratt just sounds like Chris Pratt. He's not even bothering. So he's like, really? It's Chris Pratt, whoever it is. Hi, I'm Mario. Wait, what? No.
Yeah, isn't it as bad as a Michael Caine American accent?
No, it's just Chris Pratt doing his own voice.
Yeah.
Like, hi, I'm Mario, whatever.
Yeah.
It's like, really?
Well, see, the only reason we mentioned Michael Caine doing the bad American accent is for years, all we had was Dick Van Dyke doing the London accent. So we thought our way of getting you back was to get Michael Caine to do an American.
Wait, did Michael Caine actually do an American accent? I never heard that.
Yeah, he appeared in a very B-rated Steven Seagal film.
Oh, well, yeah.
I think it was On Deadly Ground, if I remember rightly.
Wait, so there was a producer out there with balls or stupid enough to actually ask Michael Caine.
We're going to get Michael Caine in to play the bad guy, and we're going to make him do an American accent that he kept losing throughout the film. And it's like,
So why would...
It is.
What kind of idiot hires Michael Caine not to just be Michael Caine? Come on, that's like getting Sean Connery and saying, please do a German accent.
It was biblically bad.
Well, yeah, because it's Michael Caine. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He just doesn't. Some actors, they just have their voice, and that's it.
He freely admits, don't ask me to do an accent because, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, we're going to hire James Earl Jones, but can you do like a high-pitched, squeaky voice?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
I think you missed the memo, lad. Hibbity bibbity bibbity bib.
Yeah, it's like, what part of get Michael Caine to do that did you think was a good idea?
Doodle doodle doot. Doodle doodle. Doodle doodle. Right, so I'm going to go over this red again now and try and bring it back to a reasonable cleanness, but keep the dark recesses around all the edges and stuff.
You're good, you are.
We're going to have it too clean, though, because I think we're right that it's still made of scrap like everything else. It's a missile that's not been fired, but...
They would have just polished it up to make it fly faster, because in Orc, that's what works.
Yeah, I mean, I'm painting the nose on this red because red makes things faster. Even though these guys aren't speed freaks, they're death skulls. I'm still not sure why it's death skulls when it's Orc. It should be death skulls, but never mind. Never quite got that. Have you seen the... You said you'd ordered the Christmas...
Yeah, the Goth Rocker tune is on my YouTube channel. Linked to the Warhammer channel, obviously, but yeah, I've done a shortcut to it. But if you go into the Warhammer painting section, you'll see the Goth Rocker song, and you'll see the tune that's going to be piped through my ELO build. See, so there you go. You'll get a sneak peek.
It would be funny if it actually made it into the charts, wouldn't it?
Mm.
I don't think it will.
It's quite a catchy little tune, actually.
Yeah.
I listened twice. I thought it was me singing it. Yeah. Pardon me.
Strangely similar.
It was. It was uncannily similar.
See, I'm trying to remember it, but all I've got in my head is Sid Vicious going, "I am the anti-crack." I can't remember. I can't remember what it is.
Johnny Rotten, even.
Johnny Rotten. Did I say Sid Vicious?
You did, yeah.
Well, I don't know about such nonsense.
Yeah.
I never claimed to be a music scientist.
Nah, Johnny Rotten. Iconic Sex Pistols. I loved them. They were of their time. Anything that was anti-establishment back then was fun, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. You know, the IRA weren't really fun, were they?
No, but you know what I mean.
Terrorism, not fun.
Yeah, we had come off the back of, you know, Harold Wilson, Edward Heath, and the 60s, and everyone going, "Oh, hello," and then punk rock came along. And it kind of shook people, didn't it? It shook the establishment, and yeah.
It was the kind of the culture out of the council estates that...
It was the anti-culture, wasn't it? And that's what frightened people about it. And when you look back at it now, you laugh at it, don't you?
Well, it's like, you know, your anti-establishment in the 60s was hippies and stuff.
Yeah,
exactly. Mods and rockers were fading away. So then in the 70s, you know, hippies became establishment at that point.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, hippies were still like middle class anti-establishment. So at some point you had to have your working class anti-establishment. That's where punk and stuff came in.
I loved it. I just thought it was of its time. You know, musically wasn't exactly the greatest, don't get me wrong, but it was of its time. Yeah. And that was the whole thing about it, wasn't it? And yeah.
Yep.
You know, they have MPs in Parliament talking about punk rock being the scourge of British society.
No, there's always that, though. It doesn't matter what it is.
Yeah, and it was...
or TV or...
Yeah, it was like, really? They don't get it? So, yeah.
It's quite weird, though, isn't it, when you think about, like, things that were outrageous in the past, like, given what we see on TV every day nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And yet to think like things like, was it Sophie's Choice was the play for today when it was she was having an abortion or something?
Yeah,
yeah. She was pregnant. Was it Sophie's Choice?
Sophie's Choice, yeah.
And it was just, if you don't know what it was, it was basically in the, I think the late 60s, early 60s, they had a series called Play for Today, and they were always like hard-hitting, gritty plays each day, like a 1-hour drama by young up-and-coming playwrights. And this one was about a working-class girl who got pregnant and they wanted to terminate the pregnancy, but I think abortion was...
It was still a very touchy subject in the UK, wasn't it?
It hadn't yet become legal, but it was about to. And so it was about the working class struggle, and it was about this and that, but it was broadcast and it caused outrage, not necessarily just for the abortion discussion, but for just all of the tone of it, because it was like it pulled no punches. It was proper working class, proper people living in scummy houses, no money, swearing and stuff. And for British television at the time, I don't know about that.
We still had Mary Whitehouse doing her thing, didn't we? And going around and campaigning about
filth,
sex on the telly and anything like that. You couldn't mention man and female lady parts on British telly, could you, or anything, because it was still very stiff upper lip, wasn't it? And then,
For those that don't know, Mary Whitehouse was like a woman who...
I've got a great comparison. Mary Whitehouse is the UK's equivalent of Al and Tipper Gore. For their campaigning on, you can't mention the word penis on television. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. That's the best way of describing Mary Whitehouse. But she had a lot of clout.
Invent the internet though as well.
Yeah. But she had a lot of clout in society, and she was listened to. And if Mary Whitehouse didn't like a TV program, it was pulled off air, wasn't it?
She was kind of the voice of white upper middle class Christian Britain.
Yes,
which was fine for all the white middle class people, but for all the normal working people, they couldn't give a crap. And she was an old lady, and she used to write all these complaints and stuff. And unfortunately, the BBC and other broadcasters were kind of a bit knackered for a while and had to sort of kowtow to. In the end, they just started laughing at her. I'm like, shut up.
Here, points of view. I tuned into a program and there was a shot of a female's ankle. I'm mortally offended.
Yeah, I'm going to write to my MPR.
I'm going to write to Miss Mary Whitehouse for this. Oh, God's sake. But we'd have all these programs on complaining, and you're like, really? And then you had the Sex Pistols appeared on Bill Grundy. Do you remember that?
Oh, God, yeah.
He never worked again, did he?
Yeah, his career was a bit tricky after that.
Yeah. Yeah. We all breathed a sigh of relief when Mary Whitehouse croaked, because she was toxic. And it was, she would be protested outside cinemas. Do you remember the protests where she had all the people protesting because of Saturday Night Fever with John Travolta? For some reason, she found that film morally offensive for its suggestive dancing.
Yeah, because it was just suggestive and sexy time, wasn't it?
She was campaigning with housewives outside the cinemas, berating people that had gone in to watch this film.
No, by the way, old ladies and all the men that were there were like really downtrodden.
Yeah, God, he's going to frown on you for watching this stuff. And it's like, okay, what's this all about?
Yeah. Yeah, but the husbands always looked really timid and downtrodden. Yeah. They had no choice.
But she would turn up at Soho, wouldn't she, looking for all the dirty old men watching the porno films in the flicks, wouldn't it? And
Oh, yeah.
So she was quite a nasty piece of work, but her voice got listened to by the establishment decision makers.
Mm-hmm.
She was quite a toxic thing, wasn't she?
She was a bitter old lady who was very prudish.
Yeah. So, but that's probably the best comparison.
For a long time, spoke for a large majority of the population, but unfortunately, she got into her stride. That majority was waning, and she didn't speak for most people after a while. her generation.
Yeah, people began
faded
to
away.
see her for what she was, didn't they? And they thought, no, there's enough of it. You know, you pay your TV license. If you want to go and watch a film, you can't sit there and go, I am offended. I sat there for an hour and a half watching this and it was swearing all the way through. Well, why sit there for an hour and a half watching it then? If you don't like swearing, you don't go and watch, a film full of swearing. You just don't do it.
It was like when she started out, then say she was the voice of a majority, but by the time the 60s and 70s came in, she was the voice of the older generation who were dwindling. So,
well, she became ostracised and laughed at in the end because of that, didn't she?
Well, she became irrelevant to every other generation. It's be like old people today complaining about rap music. It's the same thing.
Old D. Tommaso says you've got publications there like The Sun or Maxim that show topless women, but those same publications here don't. Is page 3 still a thing? I mean, I haven't brought a newspaper for years.
I don't think this still does that there.
So I wouldn't know, mate, to be honest with you.
I don't buy newspapers. I
that's
certainly don't buy The Sun.
No, I stopped buying that after they did the thing with Hillsborough.
Well, I've never bought The Sun because I've never owned a transit van. So
Hillsborough was a disaster over it. It happened at a football stadium where 96 people lost their lives, and unfortunately for me, it was the day I got married. So that's why I don't celebrate my wedding anniversary on the day, because it was Hillsborough. But the Sun newspaper wrote very disparaging comments about it, and I vowed I'd never buy that paper again because of that. Yeah, they
kind of blamed the fans, didn't they?
Yeah. It was just a line I didn't think they should have crossed. And I'm not a Liverpool fan. I just thought it was just poor taste.
Yeah, they blamed the fans for being scum and louts, and when it wasn't, it was mismanagement by the police and poor practice. And
and it was just the way they did that was just wrong.
Well, the Sun newspaper now is still, persona non grata in a lot of Liverpool, isn't it? So
yeah.
You don't see it around Liverpool much.
They are the equivalent of, I don't know whether it's a publication that is still going in the States, but National Enquirer.
Yeah, National Enquirer.
It's the best way of describing the Sun newspaper, isn't it? Would you say that?
Yeah, imagine the National Enquirer, but take out all the aliens ate my baby crap and just replace it with celebrity trash and stuff that is still grounded in reality, but is very, imagine a newspaper, imagine a MAGA newspaper. That's where I can think of it.
Yeah.
Imagine the most Republican newspaper you can imagine. That's probably about as close as equivalent as it gets.
They politicise everything, don't they?
Yeah.
And it's just like, come on.
But if it's not that, then it's just celebrity crap. And
the audience that get that
football
paper
wives and stuff
are not, how can we say, the sharpest knives in the drawer, are they?
No.
But the stuff that they write garners a momentum that I think is quite dangerous in this country because people believe it.
Yep.
Oh, I read it in the Sun, and you're like, really?
At the end of the day, it's a Rupert Murdoch newspaper. That's all you need to know anyway.
Yeah.
It tells you everything you need to know.
So, we're not particularly fond of it, are we, mate?
No, it's a mouth-breather newspaper. People with brains don't read the Sun.
Yeah, no.
There's a joke in this country. The only time you ever see the copy of the Sun is either in a toilet as toilet paper or on the dashboard of a Ford Transit, because there's always a copy of the Sun scrunched up on the dashboard of Ford Transit.
Yeah, Mark 1 or Mark 2 Transit. Got to be the Mark 2, isn't it?
Yeah. If somebody's reading the Sun, they're probably a builder.
Yeah, as the bit of guttering on the roof with the rag hanging off the back. It's like,
Yep.
With "Clean Me" written on the van.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I honestly don't know whether the Sun still does the topless thing,
I don't know. I'm sure it does something that it gets away with.
That must be it must be offensive for women because, like you say, the last thing they want to do is open a newspaper and have a pair of wabs poking out at them, but, you know.
Yeah, but I don't think women really are the target audience for The Sun, do you?
No.
If the front page story isn't about football, it's about a footballer's wife.
Yeah. Yeah, whack of a Christie, yeah. Really?
Or it's about, I'm not a celebrity, get me a career. Or it's just it's real mouth-breathing, lowest common denominator bullshit.
Yeah.
Most newspapers in this country are, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, there's quite a large number of the population now just doesn't buy newspapers because of that.
News of the World, Mirror.
Well, yeah, they went, didn't they, over the phone bugging, wasn't it?
I think a large portion of the population that read newspapers because it's not on the phone. There's no point.
Yeah.
I don't think that generation reads newspapers anymore anyway.
I don't know. I mean, it's...
Nowadays,
I haven't been in a newsagent since I smoked, so...
Yeah. I think the people that read newspapers now are just people that read newspapers when that was it, all you had.
Generational thing, isn't it, really, I suppose?
Yep. Anyway, enough old men shouting at clouds.
Yeah, we're doing well.
Problem with white scar paint is it's either far too stumpy and thick.
Yeah.
And then you put it in your wet palette and it becomes like water and it's like,
Yeah.
There's no middle ground with it. It's just either too thick or too thin.
Got safe.
Oops, clunk.
It's funny, though. You sit here and think, oh, yeah, it's coming along well. And then you look and you think, God, I've got so much left to do.
Oh, I know.
Mad.
Kind of like a nightmare, but like a really good nightmare. Sort of.
Andy Graham says the Sex Pistols played in Dallas, 78, before I moved there. He's still got his copy of Never Mind the Bollocks on vinyl. Yeah, I've got it on vinyl, yeah. It was, Jeff, there was great energy on them albums. I mean, the music obviously wasn't exactly Beethoven, but it was an aggressive, angry youth's music, wasn't it? And it's quite powerful, even to listen to it now. I love all of that. Because I think the late 70s and early 80s, you had the whole mods and rockers thing, but you had the two-tone, you had the skinhead movement, you had punk rock. It was such a diverse time.
Well, this is why modern music, to me, is just so boring nowadays, and I have no liking of it, because a lot of modern music now is just crap.
The whole Stock Aitken and Waterman thing killed it, didn't it?
It's just like meaningless drivel about sex or women, or it's like there's no movement led by music. There's no generational thing.
No.
Rap, that kind of rap and R&B often has a deeper meaning to it, and that's good.
Yeah.
But all the pop and stuff, it's like, it's just drivel.
Oh, it was manufactured, wasn't it? And it was like, oh God, it's the same dun 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 dun. Oh, yeah.
Not every song has to have a deep meaning, but it's nice when it does, because it's not just, hey, baby, baby, whoa, yeah, I'm so hot.
God, that sounded so wrong, Fox. Things I now can't get out of my head. Yeah.
Well, it's like, how many songs do you listen to now where the song is actually about the person singing?
Exactly.
Saying they're so hot and they're so good, and hey, look at me, I'm awesome. It's like, really?
Yeah. So
a good song nowadays is more you just bigging yourself up. Is that how this works now?
Yeah. And it's like,
frankly, okay, you sound like a tool.
Yeah, it's like, really? Yeah. Yeah, you do see some things, and you're like, really? Let's have a looky. So I think we could do a bit of work on that. By all means, folks, bung anything in the chat to keep us occupied.
Occupy your gentleman. Wait, what?
Ask us anything you want. Fox will gladly answer.
We might not answer, but we might. I see what you did there. Well, I made a right mess of these teeth.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, they were looking good. Now they're looking a bit pants.
What teeth's that, mate? The shark's teeth?
Yeah, on the bomb.
Yeah, it's difficult to get to. Some put them arms in the way, didn't they?
No, I had them looking quite good, and then I'm putting white over them now, and it's like, yeah, it doesn't look so hot. The white didn't really work. I knew I hated white for a reason.
We'll put in a wash over them, knock them back a bit then, and make them blend in a bit better for you.
This is after that. I put the white in. I did that to get around the edges and went back over them with the white, and now they just look like garbage. Fortunately, I've kind of screwed the pooch a bit, I think. I'll give him another blast of Agrax. It's not the end of the world. It's like the nice raised details. They're just not quite raised enough to be a dream to paint.
Yeah, I found that when I did mine. They're not pronounced enough, are they?
Yeah, almost there, but not quite. It's like frustratingly just a little bit off. It's like, really? I'll go over them again with some Agrax, and they won't look white, they'll look brown, but at least they might look passable.
They'll do.
They'll do. It's just the white came out looking a bit lumpy. It's not nice and clean, you see. I was hoping because it was over white anyway, it would come out looking nice and clean, but it kind of didn't. Oh, excuse me. Burpulations.
Get your burpulations here, free for £1.
Burpularity. What is this burpularity? How very dare you?
Who is that burpularity bloke?
It looks like Spider-Man with fangs. I've got a black outline around the eyes, and it's like, it looks a bit like Spoderman's. Spoderman's!
It says, I love that grot tank. It's different, isn't it? It's, yeah. I've got another 3 of them to build yet to go with this, so.
I'm going to save up and get the grot super tank. I have to do it.
Oh, God, he's gone and told me something that I didn't realise was about. There's a super tank.
You know the one that looks like a battleship. You know exactly what it is.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, the mega tank.
I didn't associate it with the name, I'm afraid, yeah.
Yeah, you know the one.
Yeah.
You've had those thoughts. Don't deny it.
Yeah, but it's Forge World, isn't it? Bad things happen when we go to Forge World.
Yeah, that's why I said I'll have to save up. I can't wait to make my kill burster tank and my big shouty monster thing.
Yeah.
Big shouty squig dinosaur thing.
Yeah, I just realised I've got squig off to do as well, haven't we?
We have. Yeah, just remember this dirty, great big bastard we got to paint and build that, yeah.
Of course, yeah, because I started CAD design in the How.to, didn't I?
Yeah. And admit it, you didn't know what a How.to was till you read about the squig. I didn't.
I didn't have a Scooby, mate.
Didn't know what that word even existed.
No. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Squig off. How could I forget about squig off? Especially with Edward in the chat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What makes me laugh is I got myself the super cannon.
Yeah.
For the Skrig. I got 2 of them, one for the Skrigoth and one for the that truck thing I've got, which is called a. It's like a flatbed with tracks. And there's no wheel. It's not a truck, but
yeah, off
it's
track.
like a base. No, it's called a mega track. It's called
Mega track.
It's basically just a flatbed with tracks, and you can put things on the back of it.
Yeah.
So I've got one for that, and one for the Skrigoth, and it made me laugh because there's literally no instructions.
Sounds about right for Full.Build.
But I mean, there's only a few small number of parts. It's not that hard to figure it out. But still, it's like, really, you could have just at least given me a bit.
Yeah, could have gave him a bit of a clue.
Yeah.
It's not much to ask, is it?
Who's sending me emails? Games Workshop. Ooh. Warhammer Preview online live now.
Oh, well. Edward says, laugh out. Yeah, Full.Build. Yeah.
Yeah, so I might save up and get the big Skrig, the Grot Mega Tank, which of course is not mega at all. It's about that. It's about that big.
Yeah.
But it's big for Grots.
Yeah.
It looks like a battleship.
It's gonna. How much is that gonna set you back?
I think it's about 70 quid, I think.
Was that all?
Actually, it might be more, I'm not sure. It's Grots, remember, it's not that small.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that expensive. Well, the Grot tanks were 70 quid for 4 of them, so.
Yeah.
Weren't they, or something? Was that? I can't remember how much they were.
Yeah, I think it was, yeah. Yeah, I think it was there or thereabouts, wasn't it?
Have you heard, by the way, any movement from upstairs, by the way?
Oh, yeah, she's gone, mate. Yeah.
Oh, right, good. I just suddenly remembered that.
Yeah, no. She was messaging me once, so that's why my watch was vibrating, because she was texting me.
Vibrating, you say?
Yeah. No, she lets me know now that she's gone, because she knows once I've rung her, I put me headphones back on and carry on doing the live stream. So
yeah, you'll forget what day it is.
She has been caught out once before where she nodded back off and woke up at 4 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
It's my fault. You rung me and I went back to sleep. So don't worry.
It's hard to be late when you're the boss, isn't it?
Yeah. Bless her. Many a time I've said to her about working late like that overnight, but like she says, she can get on because no one else is there. She can just go around, do her thing.
Exactly.
And she ain't got to worry about it because she's not a great people person.
No.
And she just can't abide people that are preventing her from doing her job.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, so it's like, yeah.
And yet she married you.
Yeah, she married me, mate. Yeah. With
your
enthusiasm.
Of contradictions.
Yeah. She wouldn't have me any other way. Yeah.
She can't suffer fools, but she married you. I know, it makes no sense at all. I never said it did. Okay, I may have rescued these teeth a bit by doing a little bit of a glaze.
Oh, you're good. That's why you're a guru. Keep telling you this, but you won't have it.
I'm not a guru. I am from Model Making Guru. I'm not the Model Making Guru. I'm from Model Making Guru. Big difference. The word from is in there.
But I know it annoys you.
Yes.
He's like, leave me alone. I'm not a guru. Yeah, you are. You're a guru.
One day my hope is that I get so big and famous that I can have different people contributing to the channel, and they can all be like Guru Fox, Guru Chris, Guru Cole, Guru Bob, Guru Ted, whatever. I'll just be one of many. I did send you the soundtrack to Persona 4, by the way, a while ago.
I know you did. That's in one of those many things you sent me that I neglected to scroll up in, isn't it?
It's very earwormy.
Yeah.
Not all of it, but some of it. Even if you don't know the words.
Because I am useless. He sends me all this stuff. And then he'll message me a few days later. You know that message I sent you the other day? Vaguely. Yeah, scroll up. Okay.
Yeah, the worst thing we've got 2 chats on Facebook, right? One is for the Monday night team. Like, for the Monday E-Models Monday show, where it's me, Ted, Chris, and Colin. I've got one for the moderators of the Boom Hut, which is a group of us. And then I've got just one with Colin. And I've learned over the years that if ever I post something up in in either the Boom Hut moderators group or the Monday Night Show group, I must also copy it into my personal conversation with Colin at the same time. Because what will happen is I'll post something, say in the Monday night group. I'll say, "Hey guys, here's a fact," whatever, and Chris will be like, "Oh, brilliant! Is that from tomorrow?" And I'll say, "No, it's next week." "Oh, brilliant!" Then Ted will say, "Oh, I hadn't seen that." Yeah, and this conversation will start, and then I'm like, Colin's never ever going to scroll up and see any of that. So I have to say, Colin, I'm putting this in here because you're an idiot. Here's the message you need to know about.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
you might want to go in this chat and scroll up. Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, again.
Oh, it's twice this week I've had to scroll up.
I don't like scrolling, you know that. Scrolling.
Change the habit of a lifetime and go and scroll up. You'll be impressed. It's like, actually, yeah, I was impressed there. This scrolling up is pretty good, you know.
If I ever have to send him a message about something and I have to do like 3 or 4 little paragraphs of text, I'll always put scroll up to the top.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'll read the bottom paragraph and miss half the information.
Little arrows as well, and it's like, yeah, come on.
Yeah. There has been a time when I've sent him information, and it's been like 2 paragraphs of text.
Yeah.
And the first one says something important, and the second one says something else. And he'll take on board everything in the second paragraph, and then he'll say something. I say, "You didn't even read the first paragraph, did you?"
Yeah. Yeah, if you'd read the first paragraph, you wouldn't have actually asked me that really pathetic question, would you? And I go, "What question's that then?"
Oh. Right, let's give that a second to dry. And we'll get some agraxings on there, on the teeths.
Yeah. Just says, too bad you can't pin the factoid message, so after the thread gets derailed, it'll still be apparent. Yeah. Believe you me, mate. I try to get the factoids right every week, and I still manage to mess it up. Yeah.
We don't want you to change that. We never want you to change that.
It's the fact that when I'm looking at the screen, all I can see is Fox's shoulders vibrating where he's sniggering. And that's it. I corpse then, and it's like, leave me alone. I'm trying to be professional. Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. It's like I'm trying to destroy the English language.
Yeah, you don't need it. Nothing can stop you doing that.
Yeah. And of course you think, right, I'm looking at the post-it. I'm not going to swear. There's nothing in any of these factoids that is going to be remarkably or remotely troublesome for the E-Models channel. Yeah, until I actually go to pronounce the word, and then it comes out as the complete opposite.
I think this is going to be absolutely fine. Famous Swedish scientist. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, that one is, yeah.
Well, famous Norwegian. Oh.
Yeah, and it just goes downhill then, doesn't it? So, yeah.
Because you might skim the first bit of a FAQ, and then you've not read the bit later on when there's some unpronounceable word in the middle.
Yeah. Oh, look, this is what he does. And then I'm like, oh, no, why have I gone and said that? Look.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Now here's the name of his scientific paper in Latin.
Yeah. He wrote this book in French, and I've got to now read it out. It's like, oh, no. Why have I done this to myself? Of course, Fox knows the site I get the factoid from, so it'd be, oh, did he write a book, mate? You know he wrote a bloody book, you git.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
What book was that? Oh, no. I'm thinking, yeah, he's got the bloody page open, the writer.
Oh, this German scientist that wrote this paper, what was it called?
Yeah.
I'm going to go on and guess. It's probably in German.
Yeah, and of course I will try and get away with it. Yeah, that German paper. Which one's that then?
The German one with the words.
He wants me to say it, doesn't he, to get...
It's the one on horse physics from the university.
Yeah. Poor old Gemma that day she fell out of bed.
Yeah. Kind of not bedridden, but she's can't move around much, so she sits in bed. You made a fall out of bed, you nasty man.
I know. She got the giggles, didn't she? She rolled over and
Chris was
out of bed.
Like, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. I'll go rescue the wife.
Yeah. Because we were just sat there and then we heard Chris was like, and we heard, I think Katie was like, ah,
yeah.
I've got to go. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah. Night I broke Gemma. I think we broke everyone on that factoid, didn't we? At some point.
Yeah, pretty much. And that was I think that was the one where you said penis by accident.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that's what made her fall out of bed. Like you said such a word on an E-Models show.
Yeah, I know.
I can't remember what you were actually trying, the word you're actually trying to say, but you said penis by mistake.
Yeah, and it was like, yeah, that really come out well. What was you trying to say? Of course, I read it back. I said it again.
Yeah. What were you trying to say? No, I'm not going to fall for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to fall for your shenanigans, thank you.
Oh, dear.
Oh, go on, fall for them. Go on, please.
But people seem to like the factoid, so.
Yeah. It was the only bit that Mama Wolf would watch, and then she'd switch off and go back and play on her Xbox after that.
Yes, sir.
What she used to watch.
What away you got? Big bomb.
Wild Rider Red. Wild Rider Red. It's the red of a Wild Rider.
Yeah. Edward says you should go to Forge-World quickly to Lynn because it will ship out of Nashville. Yeah. That's the thing, like I say, they do ship. Because I think they got a couple of hubs in America, haven't they, Forge-World? They ship to?
Yeah, there's only one Forge World store in the entire world, actual store, and that's the one in Warhammer World.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of hubs in the US they ship all their stock to and ship from there. So if you're doing the US, more often than not, it will be shipped from the US to the US.
Yeah.
Unless it's something they haven't got there, in which case it ships from the UK. They do the same in most countries. They have little hubs, I think, or distribution. So
yeah.
Sometimes when you order something, it'll come from the UK, from Nottingham. Sometimes it'll just come from... Because they've got to supply their own stores, don't forget, as well. So a lot of the times it'll be that warehouse that supplies their stores you'll get stuff from. Which is why they can have such good shipping on some of their stuff. Because they know that the few times that they'll have to get it from the UK is covered by all the times they don't have to do that. So
Does that mean Lynn's on Forge-World? Good girl.
Well, anybody can order from Forge-World.
No, I mean, you know, she's been a good girl. She's in Forge-World.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's not going to end well for you, Lynn, if you go into Forge-World.
She can't blame us two, though, because we've not encouraged this, have we?
No. She went there of her own volition.
Yeah. We wouldn't dream of encouraging you by it now. We wouldn't do that.
We wouldn't, we weren't involved in that conversation. But, if she just happens to type in squig off, then it's not our fault.
We have been known to go into Forge-World and buy things that we shouldn't have.
Yeah.
It has been known. Some more than others.
Well, it's the right thing to do when you've just sold 2 Baneblades, is to go back and give all that money to Games Workshop.
Yeah. In
some form or another.
Damn, that's going to be an interesting build to do, to squig off.
I thought you were going to say something else then. I was about to shout.
Yeah, look at the post-it note, Cole. Yeah. Do a bit of research and sort out a paint scheme for it.
Sort out your barrels.
I want to do it justice.
What? You squig off?
Squig off, yeah. God, that's going to be many months of painting.
I don't know, because I think a lot of it's going to be dry brushing, and therefore probably quite quick.
Yeah.
I think the actual squig off hide itself will be actually quicker than you think.
Really? Have you made one before then? Or?
No, but I'm going to guess it's like a base coat green, then a wash of some sort, and then a lot of dry brushing.
Yeah, yeah.
It's the best way to do it. And that won't take long. I don't believe. The flesh bit, the rest of it will take a while.
Yeah, it's got to go in and detail paint that wedge.
Yeah, there's like 10 orcs, don't forget, as well. Plus there's the shooty gun and the howder and stuff, so.
Yeah, detail painting that wedge and its bullet hole is going to be great fun. And it's like,
I don't want to get someone's bullet hole. Thank you.
Yeah, it's like, why couldn't they have just moulded over that? But hey,
why could they just not put that in there?
Yeah.
Oh wow, that was good.
Oh, there's some bullet tips.
I went to paint some light red in the middle of this dark red eye.
Yeah.
My hand slipped and just accidentally painted the middle of the red eye exactly where I was going to paint it anyway.
Oh, perfect. That is an happy accident, mate.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you, soldier.
Don't you be anything of my soldier, thank you.
I saw what you did there. Lynn Dipple says orc squig off $152. Cool, that's cheap.
That's a small squig off.
Yeah,
there's two sizes, remember.
Gargantuan one's going to be cool, but
about $400.
Yeah.
Bobbity bobbity bing bing biggity bingity bong. Do 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 do.
I've got to sculpt its tail as well, haven't I? Yeah.
Yeah. Amusing fact for you about Persona 4.
Go for it.
At one point, one of the characters, no, at more than one point, one of the characters kicks the other another character in the crotch.
Oh, not really.
And his response is to stand there with his hands out in his crotch going, oh, my nuts! So, and it's very amusing.
Edward Leonard says Andy's hobby headquarters has just bought a container full of Wingnut Wings models. All good shout.
Wingnut Wings, made to make you things.
Didn't Border Models buy their molds?
Border Models, I think, are doing the Lancaster.
Yeah.
I think some other companies bought other molds.
What?
Did you burp or fart or something?
I did. I had a big swig of juice. And I let out a bit of a burpitude afterwards. Right.
Burpitudinosity.
Absolutely.
If you ever do a squig off again, it'll be a buy it off eBay and strip it down job. Because I don't want to make one again, but only if the arms are magnetized. Because screw that, I'm not doing this again. Now, do you want to see a magic trick?
Yeah, go for it.
It might not come on camera. I don't know if it will at all. And I don't even know if I've got the paint. Periscope green. Steering balls.
Get your periscope green. Get your periscope green. Free for a pound.
Periscope green. Yeah. Now, this might be the last thing I do tonight because it'll take long enough to dry.
Oh, dear.
Right, we've got the eye here on the bomb that you can't see because there's a big chimney there. Kimbly.
Yeah.
Got the eye there, right?
Oh, nice.
It's white trim with a bit of shade around the outside. I want to get the inside green like it's glowing, or at least like it's some sort of screen. Yeah. I don't know why, just because I do. I'm going to make periscope green.
Oh, nice one.
And this is what I use to paint little computer screens and things.
That's right,
it's not really the right effect, because why would it be glowing? But I need to get this in such that that's actually horizontal. And I don't know how I'm going to do that, because it seems like an impossible ask, really. I can't just sit here like this all night. Can
Yeah,
I?
if you got something you can rest it up against to hold it in position.
That's what I'm trying to think. I'm looking around for like things I can wedge. Perfect. No, it's not. That's no, it's not. Cotton buds, that might suffice. So you're not going to. I'll move the camera in a minute so you can see. But right, that one may have to suffice. So. So we have there. Let me do some focusage. Apologies, it's in a really stupid place. But hey, you get what you're given. Is that in focus? I hope it is.
Yeah, it looks like it. Do you want it full screen?
No, you're fine. So, how do we do this? This is the method I use for doing things like computer screens. If I want to give that green screen computer screen effect, basically this is a bit like a contrast paint in a way. It's a slightly transparent, and it's a kind of green VDU screen kind of color. But the best thing about it is when you put it into say you've got a computer screen molded in a surface, and it's got that curved effect like an old CRT screen.
Yeah, CRT. Yeah.
Yep, the paint it'll colour it green, but it will collect around the edges of the.
So you get the contrast of dark rim with light curvature.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Now this has got a slight curve to it, and it might not work. But what I'm hoping is because it's got a raised ridge around the edge. Yeah. I'm hoping I'll get like a light bit in the middle, which is why I painted the whole thing white.
Yeah, it should collect around the ridge then.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. And the beauty of this is, all you need to do, the easiest thing ever, get a drop of it. Now, it doesn't look particularly transparent there, but trust me, it is. Get a drop of it. And you don't paint this on. If you want this effect, what you do is you drop it in.
Yeah.
Like that. And you let the surface tension will pull it towards the edge where the little raised lip of the shape is. In this case, it's like a triangle for the eye. And the surface tension, the meniscus, will pull it towards that. And you will get this beautiful, crisp, straight edge. I'll take a photo of it and I can show you better on camera. I can't do the other side, of course, because obviously, take a photo of it. Now, it's not going to show up very easily because it's nice and shiny. And it will flatten down when you... my iPad actually is probably a bigger screen than it. Crappy photo, but it'd be a bigger screen. Let me take a picture. Where's the camera? There's the camera. I hate it when apps change their icon on the desktop. Just spotted Filmic Pro then. It's got a completely different icon now. It's like...
Yeah, it's pain in the backside, isn't it?
Right, so if I move the camera out, hopefully what you'll see now, hopefully, if I can do it without, is you'll see here, you've now got the white outline with the green triangle in the middle. And as that dries, the edges will darken a little tiny bit as it collects towards the points of the triangle, the corners. It will darken around those corners, and that middle bit, because the surface tension is a slight curve, it will pull away. Yeah. So you might end up with a slight lighter bit in the middle that fades to the darker green. But because I've just blopped it in like that, it just sucks itself to those little raised edges, and you get that perfect triangle.
Nice one.
So if ever you get a recessed shape like that, where you've got edges, and you want to make it a certain colour, just go for a glaze or a thin colour or even a shade or something like that. Yeah. And if you've got a shape with a raised edge, just drop the paint in. Have a full brush. Don't be gentle with it. Have a full brush, and it'll go like that, and it'll just settle into place. And if you put this on in bigly amounts, it can come out quite shiny sometimes. Yeah. Now, it's a bit pointless here anyway, because it's not like they've got a screen on the side of the bomb, but...
No, but it just gives it a nice colour.
Yeah, it looks interesting. It's got this... You can kind of see in the metal dish there, the green stain. It's more like a stain, I suppose. And if you then wanted to highlight or shade those corners and edges even more, you could take a dark green shade once it's dried and run that into the corners, but that's a bit too small to do that. So
Yeah.
But I think that'll be all I can do now, because it's going to take about half an hour for that to dry.
Yeah, no, that's all right, mate. It's 4 a.m. anyway, mate. So we haven't done bad.
4 a.m. man, everybody's dead.
Yeah. So no, we've not done bad, mate.
Unfortunately, I've done it in such a way that all you can see is the chainsaw, which is a bit rubbish.
I
shall have a look in chat. La, 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 la. I shall wash my brushes next week.
Yeah. Make sure you wash your brushes properly this week, mate.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it now because I'll go to bed shortly.
Yeah.
Or I could do it now because then we're going to chat for about 3 hours anyway, aren't we? Normally do.
Yeah, I've done my brushes, so yeah, we've.
Well, let me go and clean my water out, and I'll clean my brushes while we're finishing.
Yeah, no worries.
I can set.
We have done a bit of dudes as well tonight, so we've put some base colours down for all the dudes. Just want to go around and highlight all their skin and everything. Do that next week. We've got all the different dudes going on. These are there with a big hammer. He's carrying a load of bombs. These are with a big spanner. And we got the one with the drill. So that's what we've been doing. And it's just been going around touching up little bits on the flag, stuff like that, pipes. Getting that all done. So yeah, little bits this week. Then I want to go back over with the yellow and start brightening up a few areas. So yeah, that's what we'll do. Helps you if you have the camera on it, Cole. There you go. So yeah.
Right,
So yeah, it's coming along all right, isn't they? They're getting there.
Yeah, I've not done much tonight. I've fettled with my missiles a little bit.
Yeah.
I've given them a shade and tarted them up, and you can see what I've done on those missiles there, really, is all I've really done tonight. I made a bit of a mess of the teeth on that one, but
yeah, it's a dog to get to though, isn't it? I was going to do the cone of it, and I thought, do you know something? Yeah.
They're not quite crisply molded. They've got a slight softness to the edge, so you can't just get the brush sideways and roll it over the surface.
No, that's right.
Very easily. So you can't quite do that edge of the brush thing. So, and then I put the wash on, and then the red, and then the white on it went a bit rubbish. So it'll be all right. It's orcs, isn't it?
It's orcs, isn't it? They can do what they like, can't they? It's orc.
Cleaning my brush. Cleaning my brush, Cole.
Oh, you go for it, mate.
I'm cleaning my brushes now.
So yeah, we got still quite a bit to do. Got some dry brushing to do, and yeah, I want to redo them bombs because I'm not happy with them.
Jeff says, dang, these stompers are awesome. I'd like to see the look on players' faces if these would ever hit a gaming table.
Oh yeah.
I'd love to play a game one day. But
could you imagine walking in? Yeah, I've got me stomper, but it's got a grot tank coming out of its belly.
Yeah, but we won't pretend that's there. Pretend that's not there. That's just cosmetic.
Yeah, it's a mystery. He's got a zit basically. It's shaped like a grot tank.
Well, actually, you could either, because obviously theoretically when you play a game, you've got to go off whatever weapons are on the model, and that's if your weapon's got 3 las cannons, it's got 3 las cannons. There you go. That's this many points. But you can say, okay, pretend it's got 1 las cannon. It's a lot less points. So on that one, you could either say, ignore this thing coming out the front and pretend it's not there. That doesn't count towards me points for this stomper. It's not a weapon I can use. Or you could say it's a grot tank, but it counts as that belly cannon that you can get from Forge.World.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm going to use.
Yeah, that's a point.
Yeah. Or if it's removable, you could theoretically just use it as a grot tank, I guess.
Yeah.
Because it's all about the points, If you make a Baneblade for someone with like all the sponsons and all the weapons on it, that's great. But then that's a more expensive thing for them to field in the game.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they are slightly mad.
Yeah.
Edward Lender says, wake up, anyone around? Yeah, chat did go a bit quiet. I think that might be YouTube. Lynn saying the Orc Gargantuan Squig off is $473.
Yeah, I thought that might be about right for that.
Edward Lender says, Balder are only doing the lank.
I'm barely here, Edward. I'm tired, says Lynn.
Yeah.
Sleepy Lynn time. Hey, mommy. I'm not quite figured out how I'm going to build that gargantuan stomper yet. I don't. Big off. I mean, it's like I don't know about pinning and stuff. I've never really done it, so I don't really know.
Yeah,
Can't just glue it together because all I've got to do is glue the head on.
Yeah,
really.
Yeah, I will pin it.
I've never pinned before. I've never used epoxy either. I don't know how I'm going to attach the chains because you've got the two chains, right, that are the reins.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with epoxy. It's 2 tubes, press it, mix it together, apply, job done.
I'm sure I'll mess it up. Yeah, the thing I can't figure out right is you've got the chains.
Yes.
That are the reins, and in the pilot or the driver's hands, you've got 2 like metal things that you glue the chain to, because that's the thing he's holding on to work the chains like that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But they go down to the corner of the squigoth's mouth, where there's a metal hoop molded into the face, so you can't run the chain through it.
I think you're going to end up having to make your own little ring to go through that.
I don't know, or drill out the center of it and put a little tiny magnet in there so the chain just sits against it.
Yeah. I mean, I was just going to fashion my own ring, to be quite, that sounded wrong.
Yeah, but then how are you going to attach the ring?
Easy, because you just have it where you make it out of a straight piece of metal, you curve it. Once you've then threaded it up, you just put a little blob of solder in there.
Solder? I don't understand what that means.
Yeah. There's ways and means.
I suppose you could make like a hook shape, like a circle with a little bit sticking down, and pin it into the model.
I mean, you could always tie a bit of easy line around it, couldn't you, and just weather it. You know, you can join it using a bit of line or paper clip, shape a paper clip into a ring.
I don't know, because I mean, ideally what you want to do is have the chain actually attached to the, but then you want to be able to make it sure it's removable in case you ever need to ship it anywhere or store it or anything. You might not take the chains off so they don't break.
Yeah, the likelihood of me shipping my squig off anywhere is remote. It is going on that sexy shelf there with insane blade, wire leg and stomper.
Yeah, I'm not thinking like if you ever want to move it and say you move house or something, or you want to move into a different room, having these chains dangling is asking for trouble if you could just pop them off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've not figured it out yet.
It's going to be a big old beast here. I think they'll have to reinforce that shelf, you know.
I suppose you could just get a couple of little like eyelet hooks, you know, where it's like the threaded thing with the little hook on the end, the little circle bit, but get some really tiny ones.
Absolutely. Edward says magnets. He says I drilled them out through the mouth. He says easy. He says just ask me. There you go.
Drilled them out through the mouth.
Because he has built one at the end of the day.
I know.
He said it needs to be removable for play. What's that? The chain or the
Don't know why you need to remove it for play. Then again, I've never.
Yeah, I mean, we are talking to the 2 pillocks that have never played the game, so. Yeah.
Probably never will. Why have I got a spare tube? I don't understand why I've got there's a brush somewhere with no tube on it. And
that's going to bug you now. You're going to lose sleep, aren't you?
It's giving me a twitch and everything. I don't like it. Before probably for a base brush, but it's too small for a base brush. I put it in my bag of spare tubes that give me nightmares. I've got a bag of spare tubes that make me nervous.
Oh dear.
I put it in and go, there's another one that's going to make me worried and nervous. That is, my brush is clean, my friend.
I'm proud of you, soldier.
All brushes go to bed. Mama Wolf watches these videos from some guy who runs like a farm or something, some American guy, and he's got these chickens, and he's got these ducks, sorry.
Yeah.
And he lets them out of the duck house and they wander around. And then when it comes to the end of the day and he wants to get them back in the duck house, he's got like a hen house for his duck. He basically opens the door and the ramp's there, and he just shouts, "All ducks go to bed, all ducks go to bed," and the ducks just go, and they all just like march back into that. Then he closes the door. So it's a bit of a saying in this house: all ducks go to bed. We're idiots.
We certainly are. We certainly are.
Look, bag of tubes. It's a bag of. It's just a bag filled with sadness and despair.
Yeah, you can't have a bag full of tubes, mate. I've got so many that have accumulated in the bottom of the brush pot. And it's like, really?
Because it means either somewhere there's a brush that lost its tube and died, or there's a brush that died and therefore the tube was no longer needed.
Yeah.
Either way, it's a sad state of affairs.
Yeah, but it's always good to have extra tubage.
Mm.
But yeah, a lot
Extra
of them, like I
tubing.
say, it's brushies that have gone to brush heaven, isn't it? It's like, yeah.
Yeah. Is that separating out a little bit?
What's that, your eye?
Yeah, but it's a green thing. A little bit. Looking pretty good. I just like the fact it gives you the nice crisp straight edges.
Yeah.
Like whenever you're painting a Warhammer vehicle, it's got little computer screens in. They're generally curved like that. They've got I can't even see that. They've got a curve to them like that.
Yeah.
In a reset, in a ridge, or if you've got dudes with the screens on their arms, like the Tempesta sails,
Yeah.
perfect. Just blop it in. It self-levels and it
Does
fits
the
the
job.
edge.
Does what it says on the tin, mate.
And then if you want it to look like a shiny computer screen, once it's all dried, you've done everything else, get some pledge or some clear varnish and just do the same.
Yeah.
Whoop, drop it in.
Drop it in and let it go off.
Recess details are the best. It's the one time you can get a nice crisp edge without using tape.
Yeah.
But not on big things. There's limitations, of course.
At the end of the day, mate, it works. Go for it.
Yeah.
Right, I suppose we should wrap up and let folks get on, and I'm going to go and have me dinner and all of that. So
I'm going to go to bed until the sleeping times.
Yeah, so we'll love and leave you folks and let you get on with the rest of your day.
Tubes.
Are you streaming this evening, doing your gaming of
this afternoon? This afternoon, assuming Mama Wolf gets up on time, I'll probably do the 4GT40, so it'll be a public for everybody stream, not a Patreon stream.
Yeah.
So if anybody, by the way, didn't watch it, today's Dodge live stream, which was Patreon member only, is now an archive available for everybody if you want to come watch it. It's mostly shots of the side of my face because my head was in shot all the time. But hey.
Hey, mate, seems to be the thing these days, doesn't it? Getting headshots in videos.
Steady now. I like praise. But you see my nose. But yeah, so I might do the GT40. It might be a really short stream.
Yeah.
Or I might just play some Skyrim. I don't know yet. We'll see.
See how you feel at the time, mate.
Yeah. If I'm really tired because I always get tired after doing this show. So if I'm really tired, I'll just do a game.
Yeah. Lynn says, great show. She says, take care. Sorry for the caps. No worries, Lynn. You take care, everyone. I'll see you.
Edward says, hugs to Mama Wolf, Fox, Wolf. It's all right. I get confused by it as well. I keep forgetting as well. So.
Exactly. I'll see you Sunday at 12:30 with an At the Bench with Dave. And then see you Sunday for Warhammer Sunday with the Guru. So keep an eye out for that. And we'll see you on the next one, folks. Stay safe, peeps. Take care.
Bye.